Bonsoir tout le monde, c'est Kazuki, et ce soir on se retrouve pour une vidéo que vaut Deadly Premonition 2 sur Nintendo Switch. Un jeu qui se veut une préquelle et une séquelle à l'épisode sorti en 2010 sur PS3, Xbox 360, puis PC et il y a quelque temps sur Nintendo Switch, donc la version que je vous avais présentée, qui avait été rebaptisée Deadly Premonition Origins. Donc là il nous arrive aujourd'hui. Alors déjà on a pu voir des vidéos qui tournent qui montraient que le jeu était complètement pété, voire injouable. Et là on va voir ce qu'il en est manette en main. Alors le jeu tourne en version 1.01, donc il y a eu un petit patch Day One, alors que normalement Swery avait dit qu'il n'y aurait aucun patch. Donc là visiblement il y a un petit patch sur la cartouche qui est minuscule, mais je suis pas sûr que c'est ça qui va sauver la technique. Mais bon, voilà, le jeu est à 1.01 et le patch fait comme vous pouvez voir, il est vraiment petit. Voilà, 63 MO. Pour ainsi dire, voilà. C'est un patch manière de dire qu'il est là. Au niveau général, sauvegarde automatique, non. On baisse un peu la musique. On baisse les effets sonores. On laisse les voix à fond. En langue française. On confirme tout ça. Donc oui, je vous ai pas montré le jeu, mais c'est bien la version boîte que je vous teste. Avec un petit à l'intérieur, welcome tout le carré. Comme d'habitude, n'hésitez pas à me faire un retour son et image. Pour ceux qui n'auraient pas fait le 1, ça va spoil énormément, quoi. Car le jeu se veut une préquelle à Greenvale. Mais on retrouve aussi notre cher agent après les éléments de Greenvale, quoi. Donc ceux qui n'ont pas fait le 1, alerte spoil. Comme d'habitude, n'hésitez pas à me dire si le son du jeu est trop fort, pas assez fort. Donc là, visiblement, ils ont trouvé un corps.
God damn it. What a way to start the new year. At this rate, I'll be dead by Easter.
Quiet down, Agent Jones. You're on the clock.
Quiet down? Ha! You have any idea what you've done? I'd be half naked in Havana right now if you hadn't shown up. Soaking up some rays, surrounded by a harem of bikini queens, a mojito in one hand, and a seafood-slathered Havana-style pizza in the other. What did I do to deserve this? Does God hate me?
No. The Regional Bureau Chief merely issued a special order.
Oh. Yeah. How could I forget? A special order to rob me of my well-deserved vacation.
You want pizza? I'll buy you some pizza. You can find that junk anywhere.
Whoa! Hey! Hold on a minute. What did you just say? Pizza is not junk. Pizza is a sacred bestowed upon us by God himself. You need to apologize right now. This is sheer blasphemy.
Apologize to who? Pizza or God?
Ha ha! You think you're so clever. Maybe if you'd eaten pizza this morning like a decent person, you wouldn't have cut your finger.
I only cut my finger because I couldn't find a left-handed can opener at the hotel. Normally, I would never make such an amateur mistake.
Oh, really? Well, if you want me to get into gear, then just feed me some pizza, okay?
We must act unfaithfully and abandon our ideals again and again. We cannot advance from one period of life into another without causing these pains of treachery.
Nietzsche, again, please spare me, before my ears start to bleed. Ever since the moment you got here, it's been nothing but Nietzsche quotes.
The worst enemy you can meet will always be yourself.
I said knock it off. I prefer pizza to philosophy. Want me to dial the number for you?
Come on, Agent Jones. It's time to get serious. Your 4.5 years of hard work are finally about to pay off. And all you're focused on is this nonsense?
Pizza isn't nonsense.
Quiet.
As you wish, Mother. My lips are sealed. Happy now.
Agent Jones, don't let him take control of the conversation. The moment you let your guard down, he'll strike. And no red, remember?
It's open. Come on in.
You have questions for us. That's why you're here, isn't it?
Mr. Morgan, before we question you, allow me to first read you your rights. Anything you say may be used against you in a court of law. Please keep that in mind as you speak. Do we have permission to film this?
Don't worry, my fairy. They're free to do whatever they like.
Something wrong, Mr. Morgan? I'm FBI Special Agent Aaliyah Davis, and this is...
Simon Jones. An analyst from the Boston branch. He's been monitoring us for years now.
Oh, hi.
seriously.
A southern belle and a lonesome loser who can't catch a break. Quite the uncanny duo. You'd be the perfect stars for the latest video game. Isn't that right, my fairy?
My fairy.
How many years has it been since someone came to chat with us? Oh, but don't ask me about my fairy. That's a private matter.
It's hard to tell what he's thinking, but my eyes can't be deceived. If he's hiding something, it'll come out in his face. You solved many difficult cases across your career, utilizing your own unique MO. You've expertly cracked cases that were otherwise thought to be unsolvable.
Merci.
According to our records, after joining the FBI in 2002, you quickly solved 2 drug ring-related kidnapping cases. In 2003, you solved the inside-out flesh skinner case in the suburbs of Pittsburgh.
Alors, salut à toi, Sunday Education. Ce jeu m'intrigue énormément. Je sais que l'aspect graphique ne fait pas le jeu. Je me lancerai bien dessus avec le premier. J'ai fait une vidéo justement il y a quelques jours pour vous présenter le premier. Je t'invite à aller voir la vidéo de celui-ci, qui est ressorti sur Nintendo Switch justement. Et là, ça va être vraiment pour vous présenter le début du jeu. Moi, j'ai commencé à me le faire en portable. Et on va voir si c'est le digne héritier du premier, s'il est toujours aussi cassé. Bon, déjà, graphiquement, on voit que le jeu est pas beau. Mais bon, ça reste du cel shadé. Mais on voit que déjà, c'est très aliasé.
In 2004, the Jeffrey Dahmer wannabe case in Milwaukee.
Par contre, je répète que voilà, pour faire le Deadly Premonition 2, c'est une préquelle, parce que le carré se passe avant Greenvale, et c'est aussi une séquelle qui conclura, visiblement, moi j'ai pas fini le jeu encore, qui conclura le premier épisode. Donc voilà, à savoir où vous mettez les pieds avec ce deux-là, quoi. Il y a pas mal de spoil par rapport au premier, quoi. Après, est-ce que le 2 peut être joué sans avoir fait le 1 ? J'ai pas assez avancé dans le scénario, mais déjà, il y a du spoil.
And also the stuffed human collector case in St. Louis that very same year. Then, in 2005, you coincidentally happened to solve the Lise Clarkson murder case while on vacation. You went on to solve many other cases after that, all of them seemingly inexplicable. Did you really solve these cases all on your own? There are no records of you using a wide-scale investigative team or working with anyone else. How did you ever accomplish such monumental feats?
It was all thanks to our talented partner.
Partner. The FBI files show no record of you ever working with a partner. Do you mean you worked with some sort of unofficial partner or an outside confidant?
Our partner is our partner. We've always worked together. Besides, Belle, you're forgetting one important thing. After the St. Louis case, we stopped by a diner on our way home and caught Thelma and Louise, two highly sought-after fugitives.
Toujours des références à des grands films. Hein. Alors le troisième œil, maintenez L, appuyez. Le troisième œil fera baisser votre concentration, utilisez à bon escient.
Excuse me, Mr. Morgan. But would you please refrain from consuming that while we speak? I'm talking about... Yes, that.
You don't need to worry about us. Don't get in our way, and we won't get in yours.
Unfortunately, questioning doesn't work like that. Our data needs to be consistent. Now please, put out that stinking indulgence right this minute.
What if we say no?
Then I'll put it out myself. Using force.
Whoa, whoa, Aaliyah. This is Morgan's house. Besides, it's legal in Massachusetts for individuals to consume cannabis in the comfort of their own homes. And I mean, come on.
It's medicinal.
Exactly.
Hey, Belle. Why are you dressed so handsomely?
What are you talking about?
The thick black accessory wrapped around your neck. That's a male necktie. The color black represents confidence and interest in the self. And your decision to wear a male tie symbolizes your declaration of war against a predominantly male society. Or perhaps it's a psychological barrier meant to hide the weakness that dwells deep within your psyche. We admire your bravery.
I thought you retired from profiling.
Bullseye, huh? You're an easy one to read.
In order to think with society, a man must first gouge out his eyes and cut off his ears. Don't judge a book by its cover. For someone who's supposed to have been one of our best, you've got an awful eye for people. Or did all that smoke and kill all your little gray cells?
Okay, Aaliyah, that's enough. She's smart, but she's also more of a shrew than she lets on.
Agent Jones, that's sexual harassment.
So, Belle, does that barrier of yours also protect you from violent criminals?
He's more dangerous than I thought. I can't read him. I'll just have to assault him head-on with questions then. First, I'll try using the files on the table to shake him up. That chessboard looks rather old. And you can't even buy those ivory pieces anymore.
Right, they were banned by the CITES Treaty.
That was made in France in the 1900s. We know it's in bad taste, but the weight of the ivory just feels so good in our hands.
You play chess alone?
Is that a crime?
No. But it's a hard game to enjoy when you're all by yourself.
He's probably just replicating famous games. Or trying to solve problems from a chess workbook. Right, Morgan? I may not look it, but I'm actually a bit of a chess nut myself. When I was in school, I used to pore over every issue of Chess Life, the magazine published by the U.S. Chess Federation.
Well, unfortunately, your guess is completely wrong, Agent Jones. He isn't replicating a famous game, nor is he solving workbook problems. There isn't a single chess book to be found in this apartment. And I didn't find any chess-related websites in his internet history. He was simply playing chess.
So, what's wrong with that, Belle?
I don't understand it. How could a single human being seriously play as both sides?
You just publicly confessed to stealing personal data. Seems like that's a much bigger problem.
Oh no. Everything was done in a perfectly legal manner. We simply happened to intercept a handful of data being sent out from an unknown origin.
Ooh, now she's really trying to scare us. Did you hear that, my fairy? Serious nightmare fuel.
Mr. Morgan, may I ask you a question purely out of curiosity? If it makes you uncomfortable, just let me know. And I'll retract it.
Belle, what's wrong? You sure put a lot of effort into that approach.
It's a question about death.
About this body?
Are you afraid of what's coming?
Think carefully about why we're smoking this, then ask us again. Honestly, we're not afraid. Rather, we find it intriguing.
Intriguing.
Yes. Belle, have you ever been to the Grand Canyon in winter?
No.
In the dead of winter, the Grand Canyon is terribly cold. Colder than you could imagine. The cold that no photograph could ever express. The sun. Powerless. And the temperature drops below zero, right in the middle of the day.
Meaning?
Meaning, you can't really understand something until you experience it for yourself. If you want to learn more about us, you need to gain more experience, Belle.
Do you remember the homicides that took place in Le Carré, Louisiana in 2005?
We solved that case.
Your report states the following. By coincidence, you encountered a serious incident in a town you visited while on vacation. You then decided to steal the right to investigate from the local law enforcement and took over the case. After several more homicides, you managed to apprehend the perpetrator.
Yes. Yes. Yes, that's exactly what happened. We stole the right to investigate from them, just as you said.
It all started when the body of a 16-year-old girl was discovered. You arrived in Le Carré immediately after that, didn't you?
We just can't seem to keep ourselves away from dead girls.
Did you really visit that town just to take a vacation?
We don't know. If you already have the report, then we suggest you read it, Belle. Either way, that case is closed.
Closed. You sure about that? Don't you think this puzzle is still missing some crucial pieces?
Come on. No need to beat around the bush with us, Belle.
They found Lise Clarkson's body. It was hidden deep within the Clarkson Food Delivery Services cold storage warehouse.
After 14 years, we finally discovered the body of the very first victim. Do you know what this means? That's why we're here. The first victim in the case he solved, Lise Clarkson. This is a photograph of what she looks like now. The body that went missing for 14 years was suddenly discovered frozen in a warehouse. This is some kind of message from the victim to us.
We're pleased that her body turned up. Deeply pleased.
You claim to have closed this case, but now a lost body suddenly surfaced. Aren't you curious about the details?
Body or not, We already solved that case. Lisa's body can't change anything now. And it certainly has nothing to do with us.
I suspect the body was stored there rather than abandoned, due to the unnatural state it was found in. She was found frozen in a storage unit. Therefore, she looks exactly the same as she did when she disappeared. In fact, she's in such good condition that we can even determine the murder weapon and cause of death.
Well, good for you.
Even stranger is how unbelievably beautiful she looks. At first glance, few would guess she was a murder victim at all. She looks more like a piece of art, or a mythological figure from a painting.
This keeps getting better and better.
Better and better?
Isn't that right, my fairy? The corpse is beautiful as a goddess.
Ça rappelle Deadly Premonition, le premier.
Sounds just like our story. Yes. Yes.
That went okay. Now I'm sure that Morgan's hiding something. I may be able to get what I want if we go deeper into the documents. You may be wondering why we decided to unearth all these old files.
Everything happens for a reason.
The moment Lise Clarkson's body was found, we did the best we could to start our own local investigation. But there wasn't much we could actually investigate due to the damage caused by the hurricane.
Then we assume you also questioned everyone who worked in the warehouse.
Of course. We questioned all the Clarkson Food Delivery Services employees who staffed the warehouse and its owner. But we still have yet to obtain any key testimonies.
Par for the course with a 14-year-old case, if you ask me.
Not to mention how bad the timing was. Most of the employees were on vacation.
So, you gave up on the investigation and came to see us instead. Remember what happened, my fairy? That warehouse. That man. So incoherent. Such a pain.
Hey, are you talking about the guy who managed the vault where Lisa's body was found? Yeah, I think he started working there in 2005. Remember, Aaliyah? You said he was a pain to deal with, too.
A large man, yes? No need to answer. If you don't want to. I'm sure you've already put him under surveillance. Textbook FBI protocol.
Who is it? This my fairy character you keep speaking to.
You can't see her? Such bad manners. You barge into our apartment, yet you don't even care about who else is living here.
Dissociative identity disorder. In the past, it was known as multiple personality disorder. You were subjected to an internal probe only once during your career, correct? They suspected that you had DID, but you denied it. And no problems arose during your test. Is this how you dealt with the psychological profiler back then, too? Saying strange things, weaving unrelated matters together. Is that how you slipped through?
You're free to draw your own conclusions, Belle. But my fairy clearly exists. She's been sitting right there, on your lap this entire time. No violence allowed in here, Belle. Wouldn't want to scare my fairy, now would we? Isn't there someone else you should have talked to before coming to us? Such as...
We were unable to reach Patricia Clarkson. You look surprised. I thought you already knew. After all, you visited Louisiana last week. We assumed you met with her during your time there.
We haven't been to Louisiana. Not in 14 years.
Is that so?
We've been right here in our apartment this entire time. That man is our witness. Aren't you, Simon?
He's right. He didn't even take a single step outside on Christmas Eve, which means that I didn't get to either.
Are you positive about that? I took the liberty of checking some airline records. Last Friday, the name Billy Bishop was listed on a morning flight out of Boston. This is the fake name you used to use as an agent, isn't it?
A mere coincidence.
Yet that's not all. That evening on the same day, a man with a large scar on his forehead allegedly purchased an '89 Cadillac from a small used car lot in Le Carré. He reportedly said he wanted something old, big, and strong. The owner of the car lot felt it was a strange order, so it stuck in his mind.
Our world is filled with mysteries. And they always have the most bizarre timing.
Incidentally, on the following day, an identical Cadillac was taken to a scrapyard in Trenton, New Jersey.
You can find that type of car anywhere.
Morgan's right. Everything happens for a reason. Even this messy room. There must be a reason for it. Especially when it comes to those strangely tidy spots. They're practically begging me to question them. A stinking indulgence. And a massive DVD collection. You must live a very comfortable life.
We're retired, remember?
Retired in your 40s. I'm envious.
But who doesn't love movies, Belle?
I'm not a fan.
Oh, that won't do. You should dedicate all the free time you have to watching movies. It's practically an unwritten law. Films guide us. Films are filled with every important life lesson there is.
Is that so?
For example, They Live. 1988, directed by John Carpenter. That film taught us a valuable lesson. Always put on your sunglasses before a fight.
You know, you got a point. Movies teach us about everything we need to know. I learned about the right way to eat frozen pizza from Cobra. It's one of Stallone's best films. Before that, I wouldn't be caught dead trying to eat frozen pizza. I thought it wasn't fit for human consumption. But that film changed my life.
Simon, that has nothing to do with the film. You're just talking about pizza.
Mr. Morgan, I found several spots in this room that look strangely clean. Did you tidy up a bit because you knew we were coming?
Those are sanctuaries. They've existed from the start.
Sanctuaries.
That's right. Sacred places. Hovels for pure souls, if you will.
Were there originally objects in those hovels? Something you didn't want us to see?
The soul's still there. We haven't touched a thing. But we know you can't see anything. Hey, Simon, don't touch the sanctuary.
Sorry.
That's a sanctuary. Don't ever touch it again. You've been watching us for 4.5 years, and you couldn't even figure that much out?
My bad. It's my first time actually coming inside, you know.
You're earning far more than you deserve, then. What were you doing all day in that black Suburban? We thought wiretapping was your specialty. Don't tell me. Crossword puzzles. What do you think, my fairy? 4.5 years. All that time. What does he have to show for it?
Crossword puzzles? No way. Come on, I thought you knew. I'm a Sudoku guy.
Agent Jones.
Oh, right.
He's completely taken control of the conversation. At this rate, we'll never get anywhere. I need to press him some more. Agent Jones? Did you find the files? Mr. Morgan, do you recognize these files?
Whoa! Ow!
We told you. That's a sanctuary.
Let him go! Assaulting an FBI agent is an obstruction of justice.
We told you. Go. Ah! Stay back. Stay back. Sanctuary. Down. Surrounded. Ah! 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 Yeah.
Mr. Morgan? I cut my finger with that can opener this morning. I thought I stopped the bleeding, but it seeped through. How could I be so stupid? Everything should be fine now. I'm sorry for being so careless. I made sure to read through your file and learn about your condition. The color red. Such an unusual thing to fear. Please, accept my deepest apologies.
I'm sorry too, Morgan. I don't know what I was thinking. I'll never touch one of your sanctuaries ever, and no more red either.
Don't ever touch one again.
Ça, c'est de l'introduction.
Told them not to. Why would they do that? Make them go away. Sanctuaries. Don't touch. Stay away.
Now, may we return to our discussion?
Don't worry. I won't let them touch you again. I'll keep them away from us.
Strangely enough, this man has a fear of the color red. And I believe that fear is connected to the Greenbelt case. This is a very large shredder. Is there something you don't want people finding out about?
Good question. But we never know when some curious civil servants may come and sift through our trash now, do we?
You're already retired. What are you so worried about?
It's just a simple habit
Bienvenue à toi, Munch.
from back when we were still on duty. Didn't they bang that into your head when you were up in Quantico? Some habits are hard to break, no matter how hard you try.
Could you tell me what exactly the word sanctuary means to you?
Sanctuaries are sanctuaries. Nothing more, nothing less.
That doesn't explain anything.
Why do you wish to know?
Just curious.
Belle. You're a much ruder person than you initially seemed to be. Don't you agree, my fairy? What do our sanctuaries have to do with the investigation? If you're out of questions, then how about just going home?
Hey, mind if I jump in here?
What is it, Simon? We hope you've got a real question for us.
Well, actually, I'm also a little curious myself. No one's supposed to touch any sanctuary, right?
That's what we said.
What about you, though? You can't even touch them yourself? Are there any extenuating circumstances?
What are you getting at?
I mean, I doubt if any of this really matters, but if no one can touch the sanctuaries, how do you clean them?
Mr. Morgan, I'd like to ask you some questions about this case now.
We don't want to remember that town.
I'm sorry, but there's no way around this. I remember hearing about this case on the news when I was still a student. A high school girl named Anna Graham was murdered and the FBI stepped in to take over the case. I also remember it becoming a sprawled investigation due to evidence found in the victim's throat. Is that correct?
Là, on parle du premier Deadly Premonition.
After that case, you went on sick leave for 2 years. And when you returned, you requested to be switched over to desk work. What happened?
That's a private matter. None of your business, Bill.
Were you traumatized? It's a common problem with prolific agents such as yourself. But there's another possibility that may make more sense. Perhaps you simply finished making preparations.
What are you getting at?
Salut Bouillon.
Thinking too much about something will always turn it into a problem. The Greenvale case. Don't you think it resembles the Luke Carre case?
Read the report. We have nothing else to say.
I just need one more push. One more thing that can summon up the past. The silver clock in that trash pile. Is that an H5?
That's right. John Harrison's 5th chronometer. Completed in 1770. After many years, he completed it and presented it to the Board of Longitude in order to end their feud with him. That's only a replica, of course.
You like clocks?
Clocks are amazing. Prime fruit of the human race's intellect. We took the invisible idea of time and...
Yeah, I love clocks too. Absolutely fascinating.
I disagree.
Oh? Why?
Time is valuable precisely because it can't be seen. Yet nowadays people can't tell what time it is unless it's measured in numbers. Talk about idiocy. I don't mean to side with the Board of Longitude, but remember, humans used to cross oceans with the stars alone. We have our eyes to read moon charts and study the sky. We don't need clocks.
What if it's cloudy or storming?
All you need is courage and a love for adventure.
Hear that, my fairy?
L'avantage, moi, au moins, c'est que j'ai pas d'embargo, je fais ce que je veux.
Courage and a love for adventure? Come on, Belle.
Après, c'était pas... Le fait que l'open world soit cassé, j'ai envie de te dire, c'est un peu fait exprès, quoi. Parce que la Switch peut le faire tourner, hein.
Surely you know how many lives have been claimed by your pals' courage and adventure.
Hey, hold on a second here. That board of longitude thing. What the heck is that? I mean, I've heard of it before. I'm an FBI analyst, remember? I just sort of can't remember it right now. I know what it is, really. I'm telling the truth.
D'ailleurs, toi qui l'as eu en avance, tu l'as eu en version 1.00 ou 1.0.1?
Come on, Aaliyah, back me up here.
Ouais, mais je te dis, c'est voulu. S'ils veulent l'arranger, ils l'arrangeront. Mais il n'y a pas d'intérêt qu'ils l'arrangent, quoi. C'est ce qu'a fait la... Il a voulu rendre hommage au premier des 10 Premonition, quoi. Donc, après, est-ce qu'il a poussé un peu trop dans l'hommage? Au final, ça en devient trop un running gag, mais à voir.
That's royal jelly.
Huh?
You were staring at the jar, weren't you? Do you find it strange that there's honeycomb inside?
Ouais, parce qu'il y a un patch en 0.1 maintenant.
We wanted to harvest royal jelly in its most natural state.
Qui doit pas changer grand chose, à mon avis.
Queen's main food source, created from the worker bee's secretions. It's a perfect food, filled with power, meant to fuel the birth of the next queen. By absorbing it into our own bodies, we too can acquire that power. Incidentally, did you know that all the worker bees are female?
No.
Yes, they didn't teach you that at Quantico. Male bees are only born to inseminate, and they're born from unfertilized eggs to boot. They have short lives and don't even get stingers. Sort of feels like a glimpse into the future of our society, wouldn't you agree? Women are gifted with the power to conceive, give birth, and nourish their children. But men are consumed with the job of providing women with the chance to do so. If women no longer had to rely on men for the seeds of life, they would soon cease to desire them, we believe. Be careful, Simon.
Ouais, ça fait un moment qu'il était prêt.
What?
Your bell's already stolen the reins from you.
Mr. Morgan, please look at this.
What did we just say? We don't want to remember Greenvale.
This isn't a photo from Greenvale. Look closely at it. Former Special Agent Francis Zach Morgan.
Il appelle bien Zach, hein. On voit bien que c'est pas York. Pour ceux qui ont fait le 1.
This photograph predates Greenvale. It's from the Lucare case you worked on in 2005.
Red Tree.
Red tree. Red tree.
Yes, a red tree.
Alors, William qui nous dit, j'ai pu le finir, l'histoire est cool. Bah, de toute façon, comme le premier, hein, mais c'est vrai que de ce que j'ai vu, moi, il a trop pété l'open world. Il y a moyen que le framerate tourne mieux, quoi. Parce que visiblement, les mecs ont fait des tests. Mais alors, est-ce qu'ils ont fait le test avec la 0.0 ou la 0.1, je sais pas. Mais en open world, c'est 15 FPS, quoi. 15 FPS, c'est honteux, quoi. Même le premier, quand il est sorti sur 360, il y avait des baisses de framerate à 20, quoi. pas à 15.
Greenvale wasn't the first place you saw one of these.
En plus, c'était un vrai moteur 3D. Là, on est sur du moteur shell shadé. Donc, il a bien voulu déglinguer. Il l'a dit, de toute façon, hein, qu'il avait déglingué son jeu exprès. Hein. Mais bon. Est-ce qu'il le patchera? Parce qu'il disait déjà qu'il voulait pas le patcher dans une interview il y a pas longtemps.
The Greenvale case and the Lise Clarkson murder case.
Et on voit qu'en Day One, il y a un patch, quoi. Mais bon. Le patch, à mon avis, il est juste à la manière de dire, je sais pas.
They're connected.
On verra l'open world.
By these red trees, aren't they?
Red trees
Moi, je l'ai testé en portable déjà avant le patch. Donc voilà, je pourrais comparer après le patch.
growing,
En docké.
roots, seeds, trees.
Answer me.
Chichi. Honnêtement, le 15 FPS,
What are these trees?
c'est voulu, honnêtement. Même jeu tout cassé, je pense que c'est voulu.
Red trees.
Il voulait rendre hommage au premier, il voulait faire un jeu tout cassé, quoi. Ça fait partie de son charme, hein.
Smarter than we thought.
I want the truth.
Je pense honnêtement que s'ils veulent, ils peuvent l'arranger. Que ce soit, je dis pas que le jeu soit à 30 FPS constant, mais je pense que s'il veut le patcher, il y a moyen qu'il tourne entre 22 et 30. Hein. Il l'a dit, ouais, mais bon, il y a quand même un patch qui est sorti aujourd'hui, hein,
Tell me everything you know.
qui est pas sur la cartouche. Hein. Donc bon. Mais j'ai pas trouvé de autre patch, je sais pas ce qu'il y a dans cette 0.1.
The red trees. You really did your homework. Well done, Belle.
Mais après, ça fait partie de sa communication, tu vois, il le dit exprès que le framerate il est à 15, c'est dégueulasse, mais c'est ce qu'il veut, quoi.
You're good. Damn good.
Voilà, le framerate il est damn good. Tu vois, même York il le dit, comme.
Are you ready to talk? I want to know what went down in Le Carré in 2005.
Après, voilà, le problème c'est qu'il y a déglingué, faut que le jeu reste quand même un plaisir à jouer, quoi. Enfin, plaisir.
Fine. We'll tell you. We'll tell you what happened in that town. Yes. It was that red tree. That red tree ruined my life. It was a sultry summer day. The sun
Pourtant, ça fait partie de son
down
histoire, hein,
hard in the south,
que le jeu soit déglingué. Que ça rame.
like a torrential downpour of demonic whispers.
Même si pour le coup, au final, après les patchs, le jeu ramait. Mais c'était... Alors sur Switch, après le patch, je pense qu'il tournait à peu près à 25 FPS. Avec des chutes à 20. Mais des fois, il tournait à 30. Mais c'était beaucoup plus jouable que le 2. Le 2, honnêtement, j'ai joué en portable sans le patch.
Sweltering summer,
C'était violent.
we still had our best friend with us back.
Mais à mon avis, ce patch de 30 mégas, il change rien. On va voir tout à l'heure. Mais...
The other me,
Ouais.
my
Allez,
better half.
allez, York. On retourne dans le passé, là. Back to the past. Et là, ça a piqué les yeux, quoi. On va aller dans le carré. Et salut à toi, des docs. Petit générique d'abord. Très série, d'ailleurs. Je suis en train de faire celui-là à côté aussi. Ça me change entre les deux. D'ailleurs, ça aussi, il y a du 30 FPS sur PS4 Pro, c'est un peu de la honte, hein. Donc visiblement il n'y a pas de problème de son, je vois que vous m'avez pas fait de remontée. Ah ben de toute façon c'était inspiration Twin Peaks, hein. C'était le Twin Peaks du jeu vidéo, hein. C'était ce qu'aurait pu être... Ah, j'ai oublié le nom. C'était un peu ce qu'aurait pu être, ouais, je cherchais Alan Wake, parce qu'à la base, Alan Wake devait être un open world. Donc au final c'était ça quoi, le mec il est parti dans un trip à faire un open world complètement pété, qui ramait. Voilà, Swery. C'est son nom de scène on dira. Ah mais c'est tourné comme une série de toute façon, ouais. Le premier Premonition, tu avais le Previously, etc. quoi. C'était vraiment monté comme une série quoi. C'était le but de toute façon, ouais. Le personnage qui faisait plein de références à d'autres films. Et là de ce que j'ai vu, parce que moi je l'ai pas eu en avance le jeu, c'est pareil dans le 2 quoi, il y a beaucoup de références. Hein.
Zach.
J'espère que les personnages seront aussi barrés dans le premier que dans le premier. Les persos étaient super dans le premier quoi.
Can you hear me, Zach?
Ouais, le premier sur Switch il est faisable. Hein. Honnêtement, techniquement ça va. Il y a des moments où ça rame, mais honnêtement ça ramait plus sur la PS3 quoi. Là par contre le 2 ouais. Honnêtement si c'est comme avant le patch, ça va être dur d'être joué en open world.
Well, rise and shine. It's time for us to head back out into the chaos.
Ouais, back to the chaos. Ouais, les persos sont bien travaillés, bon, c'est le but. Hein. Après, le gameplay pété, les graphismes pétés, le framerate pété, c'est du deadly quoi. Après, je te dis, j'espère qu'il n'y en aura pas trop fait que le jeu n'est pas injouable quoi. Parce qu'il y en a qui disent quand même qu'au bout d'un moment, en open world c'était injouable. Mec, ils en pouvaient plus quoi. J'espère que quand même tu arrives à jouer, à te promener à peu près correctement. Moi, de ce que j'ai vu en portable, ça fait mal à la tête. Hein. Ça rame trop quoi. Faut voir si en docké c'est mieux. Donc on verra ça tout à l'heure, quand on pourra sortir de l'hôtel. Allez. Retour en 2005. Le carré. En plus on va chez les Français quoi, la Louisiane. Franchement, le shadé comme ça, on dirait du Borderlands sur PS Vita quoi.
Zach, it looks like she wants us to join her for breakfast. Perhaps this town's finally starting to warm up to us.
Bon, par contre, vous attendez pas à jouer, on a encore un quart d'heure, 20 minutes de blabla. Tiens. York est revenu quoi. Francis York Morgan.
Look at that, Zach. She's welcoming us with open arms.
Aliasing City,
She's
ouais.
even willing to share that tasty morsel with us. What an honor.
J'ai bien aimé comme ils ont dit le fait qu'il n'avait pas de caisse quoi.
Unless you like your breakfast stale.
What an amazing place. I've been on top of the moon since the moment I got here. And the name of this wonderful town, Le Carré, sounds like French to me. But what does it mean?
I'm the chef, David. If you want to know about the town, you'd better ask the concierge. Only amateur chefs flap their gums about stuff that ain't food related.
Putain, c'est aliasing hein. David Jawara.
Did you hear that, Zach? He's a true professional.
That's right.
You say something, mister?
Non, il parle tout seul, t'inquiète.
No, not to you. I was just talking to Zach.
A private.
Zach?
Please don't ask me about Zach. It's a private matter.
A private matter.
You say so. Still. Never thought the FBI would ever come out to a little old town like ours.
I do work for the
Tu vas le sortir
FBI,
sur quel support, Guyon, ton test d'ailleurs?
investigation. I I just happened to stop by on my way to New Orleans.
Never thought there'd be a
Le Blair Witch, ouais, il est très flou et
and it was a 16-year-old
il a été vachement downgradé. Déjà que de base il était pas fou sur PS4,
country sing better days.
enfin, PS4, PC, etc. D'ailleurs, ils ont même pas sorti de boîte chez nous. Hein. Il y a qu'au Japon qui est sorti en
Seems
boîte.
like he's also a bit lonesome. That's good. Ambivalence exists everywhere.
Folks say the killer used an axe. Hell of an old-fashioned choice if you ask me.
Actually, Chef David, if you don't mind,
Ben, n'hésite pas à mettre le
I'd
lien
like to ask
sous
you a
la...
few questions about the
dans un commentaire, je le ferai remonter sur la description si tu veux.
I ain't the one you ought to be asking Mr. FBI.
C'est pas mal des tests écrits des fois.
But seeing as you fixing to grill me, I can tell you what I know.
Please do. I appreciate it.
Vas-y, raconte-moi ton histoire.
You said the victim was a 16-year-old. Did you know her?
Well, sure. I reckon the whole town did.
Meaning?
She's Lise Clarkson, the little grandbaby of the Clarkson family.
The Clarkson family?
That's right. You ain't seen they sign on your way in here?
Non.
The one above that Hughes cold storage complex. Should have had a dragonfly on it. Anyway, that's the Clarkson family seat. They own most of the land around here, from the sugar plantations right down to the food processing plant. Yeah, I reckon they got a stake in just about everything. They even own the water tower on the edge of town, you know. They're the ones who built up this town, and they still support it.
Qu'est-ce que tu dis, des dogs, des fois je passe outre la technique, si le reste est bon, ça ne me rage pas. Ben, moi je te dis, la technique, c'était un peu devenu sa marque de fabrique au premier Deadly, mais le problème c'est que l'open world il est vraiment fracassé, donc je sais pas si les gens vont y jouer quoi. Moi je sais que je vais le finir, c'est pas de souci, j'ai adoré le premier, donc...
What do you know about the Clarkson's house?
Et des retours des gens qui l'ont fini, visiblement ça reste dans la lignée du 1 quoi.
Now, I ain't got nothing bad to say. But I'm gonna talk straight to you. You best steer clear of that place.
Après je pense, comme dit Gouillon, hein, s'il patch un petit peu l'open world pour que le jeu il tourne à 20-25 FPS au lieu de 10-15, je pense que ça y ferait pas de mal. Mais est-ce que ils vont vouloir le faire? Faut voir. Parce qu'il joue sur le buzz aussi. Hein. Ce jeu est devenu une légende quand même, parce qu'il était tout cassé, quoi. Et que, en fait, voilà, tout cassé, mais avec une histoire, des personnages charismatiques. Et finalement, le 2, il a repris exactement la même recette, quoi.
That family ain't just some gang.
Mais voilà, à trop vouloir se
They're a
copier...
whole different kind of beast. They folks with real power.
Mais c'était pas un jeu qui avait de l'ambition sur Switch, il n'y a pas eu beaucoup de com dessus. Hein.
Remnants of the good old boys who shaped America in the early days.
Il compte vraiment plus sur le buzz du premier, quoi. Parce que le premier a un nom. Même des gens qui n'ont pas joué à Deadly Premonition connaissent Deadly Premonition. Si tu connais un peu le jeu vidéo, t'en as entendu parler, quoi.
P.J. Clarkson. He's the kind of monster who goes around eating other monsters. And I'm sure he's on edge now with his granddaughter getting murdered and all.
Parce que le jeu a été réédité plusieurs fois en plus.
So don't go barging in with that shiny FBI badge of yours and think you'll be safe enough.
De mémoire, il y a même eu un jeu de plateau qui a été fait, un Kickstarter, je crois.
Things are different down here. So if you plan on sticking around, you best remember that.
À l'intérieur, ça rame un peu, mais ça va. Et finalement, il s'est tapé un 10 sur 20 en moyenne par les tests des sites FR. Ouais, mais je te dis, la plupart, je pense, ils lui ont mis 10 parce que il avait la renommée du 1 derrière. Sinon, les mecs, ils auraient claqué des notes
I see.
plus basses. Hein.
I'll keep that in mind.
Quoique le premier, il avait pris des cartons, mais c'était pas non plus des gros cartons. Je sais plus qu'est-ce qu'il avait pris en métacritique à l'époque.
Is the local law enforcement investigating the case?
Shoot, mister, what you think? Now, I told you this ain't no city. We in the bonafide boondocks here. They got to know how to break up fights and keep folks from killing each other when they press charge. They sit down and talk it out with you heart to heart. And when that don't work, they just beat your ass. That's the deep south for you.
Ouais.
This murder ain't like that, though. A little kid got killed. A weird way. Like something on a TV show.
Voilà, on y arrive.
Department ain't never seen nothing like this.
Live and Let Die, Angel Heart, and The Pelican Brief. Right? 9 out of 10 people will name those titles when you ask them to think of a film set in New Orleans. They're all excellent movies, but to me they lack realism. Due to my line of work, I have a tendency to think deeply about what feels real and what doesn't.
What's your point?
Cat People. That's my point. Cat People, 1982, directed by Paul Schrader. The crowning achievement of Nastasia Kinski, the ultimate muse of the 80s.
Mais c'est dommage parce que tu vois, au final, ils jouent sur ça. Mais si, surtout que c'est un moteur shell shadé, quoi. Ils auraient pu faire mieux, quoi. C'est qu'ils n'ont pas voulu, je vais me dire. Mais t'imagines s'ils avaient fait un shell shadé beaucoup plus joli et un jeu à 30 FPS stable, avec le scénario qu'il y a derrière, s'il est digne du premier, ça aurait été un carton, quoi.
The vital element of that movie is the reality it depicts. Leopards who turn into humans have intercourse with humans and turn back into leopards.
Ouais, tout le monde y met 5, 5,5, 6, ouais. Entre 10 et 12, quoi.
Then they can only turn back into humans again.
Après, pour le scénario, t'as 17, quoi.
Their lovers.
Du moins pour le premier. Après, le 2, j'ai pas avancé.
I was awestruck by the sheer reality of it all.
Est-ce que c'est bien une séquelle, toi qui l'as fini, Gouillon? Ils avaient annoncé que normalement c'était une préquelle, le carré, et en même temps ça se passe sur 2 timelines différentes, et qu'au final ça finit l'histoire, quoi.
Understand? I'm talking about hyper-realism. After watching it, I felt like I just
Sans spoiler, bien sûr.
the world of cat people for myself. That's why I decided to visit New Orleans.
Okay.
Another vital element of cat people is the presence of Malcolm McDowell. Malcolm McDowell from Blue Thunder. Oh, talk about a masterpiece. Listen carefully, David. Only an amateur would call A Clockwork Orange his best movie.
Orange mécanique.
His best movies are Cat People and Blue Thunder. Period. You need to remember this, because it's the truth.
Donc t'as pas vu toutes les allusions qu'il y avait au premier, etc., quoi. Parce qu'il y a quand même beaucoup de spoil. Moi, du peu que j'ai vu, il y a quand même pas mal de spoil par rapport au premier, quoi.
Whatever you say, mister. So, what's your point again?
Never mind, don't worry about it. I already covered all the important parts.
Donc toi qui n'as pas fait le 1, visiblement, t'as quand même apprécié l'histoire du 2. Donc ça peut être joué quand même sans connaître le 1. Mais c'est déjà pas mal, ça. Parce qu'il y a beaucoup de gens qui feront pas le 1, je pense.
When you say it was like something from a TV show, what exactly do you mean?
Je sais plus si c'était toi ou Kubrick qui n'avait pas fait le 1.
Hey, mister. Why do you look so excited, huh? Like a kid asking grandma to read him a fairy tale.
A fairy tale.
I just can't seem to keep myself away from young women who died in bizarre ways.
Ouais, surtout quand elles sont découpées en morceaux.
Well, I ain't seen it with my own eyes. But folks say they found the body hanging under a bridge on the bayou.
Ah, forcément, à Nouvelle-Orléans, il y a le bayou, quoi. Donc à un moment, on parle de Greenville et de Emily. Ah, donc s'il parle d'Emily, ouais.
And under that bridge, there was some kind of altar.
Ouais, là c'est l'histoire du carré, le carré, quoi. Mais qui a des similitudes avec Greenville, quoi. Le fameux arbre, l'arbre rouge.
An altar?
Like something they use in black magic. Something horrible.
Voodoo?
Nah, wasn't nothing like that. Just a weird altar.
That's all?
Oh, and the body was all cut up in pieces. Scattered around the altar like.
C'est sympa, coupé à la gamine de 16 ans, découpée à la hache et dispersée autour d'un autel.
So she was sacrificed.
Et là, visiblement, après, ils l'ont retrouvé congelé des années plus tard.
That's what the fella who discovered us said, yeah.
Bingo, Zach. This case has got our names all over it.
By the way, Mr.
Ah, on va parler de sa fameuse voiture.
I ain't seen a car in the parking lot. How'd you get all the way out here, huh? Don't tell me you walked.
Well, that's a very good question. Chef David, you've got a sharp eye. It's true that I didn't park my car in your parking lot. Do you know why?
Can't say I do.
Because it was stolen.
Huh? But you with the FBI, right?
Even FBI cars can be stolen. It could happen after you park your car on the side of the road and go off to do some legwork. When you're eating lunch, when you're watching a movie, when you're asleep at night, when you're buying cigarettes at the local supermarket. Your car can be stolen anywhere. That's precisely what it means to be an FBI agent. In my case, my car was stolen while I was on my way down here. But no need to worry. I already reported it to the local authorities. And I've also already acquired another mode of transportation.
Bah, en même temps, la voiture dans le 1 a été pétée à conduire. Hein. Si vous avez regardé mon live. Et encore, je trouve que sur Switch, ça va. L'open world est quand même assez jouable depuis le patch. En caisse.
Mode?
Want to hear the details?
Not really. But I'll listen if you want me to.
Ouais, c'est étonnant qu'il soit passé d'ailleurs au cel shading pour le 2. Moi, j'aurais bien revu le même moteur que le 1.
Then please do. After I finished my
Mais c'est vrai que ça
work in
rame bien.
Houston, I flew to
C'est
New
dommage
York.
que ce soit si aliasé, quoi.
Then, I rented a car at the airport. Whenever I visit the West Coast, I always rent a convertible. Especially in California. But now I'm in hot and sticky Louisiana. So, I decided on a brand new hybrid car.
A hybrid car.
Oh yes, they're marvelous. Vehicles that utterly defy everything you think you know about cars. Now, in the year 2005, it feels like we finally entered the 21st century. Stomp down on the gas all you want. The engine won't make a sound.
It's silent?
At first, I felt like the landscape was moving past me on its own. Give it a few more years, and I'm sure we'll start seeing cars that run purely on electricity. Who knows? In a decade or so, electric sports cars may end up lining the parking lots of Silicon Valley. I can see it now. It's the world of The Last Starfighter, 1984, directed by Nick Castle. It's famous for being the first film to utilize realistic CG, but I couldn't care less about that. See, I was mesmerized by the beautifully refined mech designs. It even made me wish that I could be one of them myself. Especially the Gunstar spacecraft. No other sci-fi movie has ever...
So, yeah, where'd your hybrid car get stolen?
Sorry, I got off topic. I noticed it was missing after I finished my lunch and walked out of the diner. Incidentally, this diner was located at the entrance to a small town just south off the I-10. I went out to get back in it, but my hybrid car was nowhere to be found. I remembered exactly where I'd parked it, right between a blue pickup truck and a hedgerow. But when I came back from lunch, it had completely vanished. In short, someone stole it. And in its place, they left me this.
Ah, qu'est-ce qu'on a eu à la place? Tintin.
A skateboard.
A skateboard?
Ah oui, ils arrêtent pas les références, hein, c'est typique, quoi.
While I was sliding my lunch into my stomach, someone was busy replacing my brand new hybrid car with a wooden board attached to 4 wheels. Remarkable, don't you think?
So then how did you get here?
By riding the skateboard, obviously. Why do you look so surprised?
Ça, c'est un peu pété, quand même, le coup du skate, j'avoue.
No, I couldn't ride the board very well at first. But by the time I hit the 3-mile mark, I'd more or less gotten the hang of it. By the 10-mile mark, I'd even learned to do a few tricks. It was a journey of self-discovery. Not even I knew I had this latent talent sleeping inside me.
This summer's gonna be another hot one. It's supposed to get over 95 today. Watch out you don't go get heat stroke.
The Lise Clarkson case needs us. Don't you think so, Zach? The cat people are what guided us to New Orleans. We should be thanking Malcolm McDowell. Once we get home, let's watch Blue Thunder again. I'm already looking forward to it. Aren't you, Zach? Zach. The searing light. These scents. It's the deep south.
The Deep South.
That was a fabulous breakfast. You're the world's greatest chef.
Wait, mister. You didn't take a single bite.
Well, the tea was to die for. But I prefer coffee next time. What would a morning be without coffee?
Complètement barré, quoi. C'est bien, on est presque raccord avec mon layer. Au niveau de l'arbre. Attention, ouais. Ça fait combien qu'on est en live? Ça fait 1h15 et on commence à jouer maintenant. Nouvelle enquête a été ajoutée au journal. Ça a l'air pas mal quand même ce qu'il a bouffé. T'as même une grosse dinde là. Ou c'est un poulet aux hormones. Des fusils de chasse, des haches. Des bonnes pizzas. Vous voyez que déjà, rien que là, on n'est pas à 30. Hein. En intérieur, on doit être à 25. Et encore. Le mec était sorti en pyjama quand même. En mode normal, je vois pas de problème. Le fameux miroir. Avec un reflet bien pixelisé dégueulasse. Qui est distributeur des familles. Qu'est-ce qu'on peut acheter de beau? Donc j'ai 600$. Alors du café noir, du café au lait, des canettes de soda. Et des canettes de root beer, boisson gazeuse sans alcool, restaure faiblement la concentration. On voit qu'il y a bien des masques typés vaudou. On a mis son beau costard, sa cravate rouge.
Sang Rouge. We've been chasing it all over America. But I feel like we're finally on the verge of finding something now. Don't you, Zach? I think it's about time we ordered a new briefcase. Yes, I know this one carries a lot of memories, but it's seen too much. This hole's from the shootout in Tucson. And this stains from Miami. Miami. Now that was a fascinating case. Billy, our perp, cut his own torso right in two, even with the help of the drugs. A feat like that still requires incredible mental fortitude. I was so impressed that I forgot I'd left my briefcase on the floor. Same floor his blood gushed out onto. I know, Zach, I know. Now isn't the time for a trip down memory lane.
Mise à jour du tableau des relations. Le sein rouge.
An emergent drug that's been on the rise in 4 southern states. Personally, I think it originated right here in Louisiana. And Lise Clarkson's murder must be connected to it somehow.
Je crois pas. Dans l'intrigue principale, ça me dit rien. Après, voilà, le jeu, je l'ai pas refait depuis un moment. Je vous ai remontré il y a quelques jours là, le début, mais je l'ai pas refait depuis un petit moment quand même.
The 16-year-old girl who was murdered.
Mais il me semble pas.
Her body was found beneath a bridge over the bayou.
Sinon, c'était pas sous ce nom, histoire de drogue. Ça me dit pas grand chose de mémoire.
Along with a strange altar.
Je crois que c'est plus pour le 2. Dans le 1, c'était plus basé vraiment sur le meurtre. Surtout l'histoire de York Zach. Emily. Il y a pas mal de petites quêtes autour des personnages, quoi. Parce que le premier, il y avait vraiment, les personnages étaient vraiment charismatiques. Hein.
And he seems to be more fearsome than your average gangster. I doubt he'll be willing to cooperate with any law enforcement, Zach.
De toute façon, s'il est aussi cassé, c'est à cause de la fin du 1. Hein. Ce qui arrive à la fin. Hein. Bon, je peux pas en dire plus, parce que le but du jeu, c'est pas que je vous spoil. Donc, je peux pas dire trop non plus. Vous remarquez quand même qu'il a les cheveux blancs. Et c'est pas, il a 40 ans. Hein. Ouais, je peux pas en dire plus si je spoil après par rapport au Zark, York, etc. Là on voit quand même qu'on est bien, on est avant le Green Veil, puisque là il a les cheveux noirs. Et qui parle toujours à sa tête en disant Zach, et qui dit tout le temps que c'est York.
The Island, 2005, directed by Michael Bay. For a movie being shown at a cinema complex, it was surprisingly artistic. An experimental setting mixed with hard-hitting drama. It was art house sci-fi. That director's going to change the history of art house films. Are you following me here? This is another special film that's setting a new standard, just like Star Wars and Blade Runner did.
Ça vaut pas du Blade Runner, moi je dirais quand même, mais bon.
This is a turning point, Zach. You may be witnessing the birth of a vital new word that will soon become a part of film history.
Non, je voulais pas tester d'ailleurs le Blade Runner sur la chaîne, faut que je le teste un jour quand même.
Yes, this single movie may be responsible for creating a whole new genre several years down the line. A genre known as island movies. I sure like the sound of that. Don't you, Zach?
Allez voir qui frappe à la porte. Une nouvelle quête a été rajoutée au journal. Le tableau des relations est déverrouillé. Donc là c'est le tableau qu'on vient de voir. Le chef cuistot. Lise Clarkson qui est assassinée à la hache. PJ Clarkson qui est le padre de la mafia. Et cette fameuse drogue, le sein rouge. Donc là on peut se changer.
I'm very satisfied with the decorations and the size of this closet, Zach. And it's even got a security box. What else could a man ask for?
It's proof that we're still safely inside the fringes of modern civilization.
Alors, on utilise l'armoire pour changer ou envoyer des vêtements à laver. Les vêtements portés se salissent après une longue utilisation. Pensez à les laver régulièrement. Attention, les vêtements que vous envoyez faire laver ne peuvent pas être portés le temps du lavage. Alors, qu'est-ce qu'on a comme costume? Argent et le marron élégant. Ouais, on n'a pas grand-chose pour l'instant. C'est l'idiot. Donc on peut se raser comme dans le 1. Hein. On n'a pas besoin de se raser, on est quand même clean. On peut se doucher. On a notre petit hôtel vaudou quoi. Attends, Didiou, pleure pas, on est en intérieur là. Ça rame pas là. Tu vas pleurer après quoi. Heureusement qu'il n'y a pas. Ah. Yo!
Hey there, chef. What's cooking?
Chef, what are you talking about, sir? I'm the concierge, David.
Ouais, il est multicasquette le mec, attention.
I just heard from our chef that you wish to learn the meaning behind our town's name.
Yes, I've gathered that Lucara
Comme dans
is
le 1,
French,
ouais.
but does it have any special meaning?
Why, yes, sir, of course it does. A very clear, logical meaning. All names have meanings. Would you like to know what this one means?
Yes, I would.
Jolly good, sir. Then allow me to explain. Lucare means square in French.
Ah. And
That's it.
that's it?
Yes, that's it.
Voilà. La ville c'est un carré, il a appelé le carré.
Take a gander at the town map in the lobby if it fancies you. It's beautiful, valuable, and old. I'm sure you'll
En
understand.
même temps, qu'est-ce que t'as acheté ça, Didiou? Tu savais très bien que ça allait être ce genre de jeu quoi.
If you ever need anything, please don't hesitate to ask.
Ils ont pas fait de secret, tu savais que le jeu allait être pété graphiquement. Hein. Et à la ramasse niveau framerate. Hein.
Did you see that, Zach? That was clearly David. Not a twin, not a split personality. Just the work of a true professional. It's bizarre, but I can understand it. Remember what they say. The job makes the man.
Non mais là, Pichou aussi, c'est voulu que le jeu soit à la ramasse. Hein. Techniquement, la Switch elle fait beaucoup mieux que ça, faut pas déconner quand même. Si le jeu est RAM, c'est voulu. C'est dur à dire, ça, mais c'est obligé quoi. Ils l'ont fait exprès quoi. Je veux bien qu'ils font tout le temps des open world ambitieux comme avec le premier. Sauf que le premier, c'était un jeu qui avait été développé au début pour la PS2, qui avait eu des problèmes de développement et tout, tandis que là, le jeu était prévu sur Switch à la base. Donc, non, c'est que Swery a voulu surfer sur la... et faire un hommage au premier comme point de barre. Hein. Donc il a fait un jeu tout cassé quoi. Bah fallait attendre ma vidéo, Didiou, comme ça t'aurais économisé 5 €.
Do you feel that, Zach? Dozens of paintings no one will ever see. The faint scent of tobacco baked into these walls for over a century. Now that's what I call a hotel.
Après des portages choix, ça sur Switch, il y a un copain.
His fashion sense is beyond me, but he appears to be a gentleman. Perhaps we should talk to him.
Ouais. Attention, il y a du retracing là.
Did you buy it here?
It's been a long time since someone spoke to me. No one these days ever tries to see me.
They can see what's far in the distance, but are blind to what's in front of them. No. Maybe they're only pretending not to see. That's what civilized society does to people.
Exactly. Ever since mankind got their hands on civilization, they zoomed away at a frightening speed.
Zoomed away from what?
Don't be a fool. You know the answer. As for me, just call me Hunga.
Hugan.
Hunga. Title given to a leader in a certain religion. Is that what you are?
Do you comprehend the oracle?
The Oracle. Put on your religion hat, Zach. Here we go.
Felton maidens, in the shrine of hunger, find the flying serpent in the ambiguous zero. Dance with the flying serpent, and you will glimpse the other world.
10 maidens and an ambiguous zero. Got it. But what do you mean by other world?
Follow the oracle.
Zach, did you hear all that? Looks like we've already taken our first step into chaos. But such is our duty. We need to accept the chaos, let it inside, then carefully dismantle it piece by piece. And after we've put all the pieces back into their rightful places, truth will reveal itself. Let's capture the truth and present it with a shiny pair of silver bracelets, Zach.
Non, t'as des open world qui tournent très bien sur Switch, hein. Je te dis, non, mais celui-là, c'est un jeu à part, tu peux pas le tester comme un autre jeu, quoi.
Zach, here's another perfect symbol of the human condition. Hunting trophies. And it's a buffalo hunting trophy. Now that's a surprise.
Un buffalo.
I've seen several trophies made out of human skin, but never a buffalo's. Looking at him brings out this strange feeling from within me. Yes, the very same feeling I got when watching a certain film from 1984, directed by Peter Hyams, 2010. The last scene in that film filled me with such a sublime, majestic feeling. It was filled with everything that was missing from the finale of 2001, A Space Odyssey. Just talking about it makes me want to watch it again. Let's watch it once we get home. Promise, Zach.
Et là, tu te dis, le jeu rame pas, quoi. C'est ça qui fait peur, quoi. Mais toi, ils ont essayé de mettre des trucs, à t'as des reflets sur les tableaux et tout. Hein. Ils aiment bien faire des jeux tout pétés, quand même. Ah, les points de sauvegarde, ça fait plaisir. Hein. Prennent en général la forme de téléphone. Tut. Bon les gars, vous voulez pas parler, wesh poto? Ils veulent pas parler. Alors jetez un coup d'œil à la carte de Le Carré, affichée dans l'entrée de l'hôtel. Pour l'instant on se promène, on râle un petit peu. Hein. Profitez du framerate qui rame pas là. Alors on a le distributeur, il y a quoi bouffer. Alors des sucettes, des sablés, des cookies, des donuts. C'est impeccable tout ça.
Zach, this is Lucari. I think I'm finally starting to understand what our concierge was trying to say. You can tell this town was built by a very methodical person. No, wait. Maybe they just didn't care, and that's why it ended up this way. It's just another symbol of mankind's obsession with molding nature to fit our own rules.
Non, Gouillon, j'y suis allé en portable déjà tout à l'heure et j'ai peur de faire peur aux gens en fait. C'est pour ça que je reste dedans, j'ai peur. C'est un jeu d'horreur en fait, tu sors dehors, c'est...
Zach, what did you think of Hungan's oracle?
Qu'il est stylé.
Despite all the dramatic build-up, it's little more than a childish riddle. Heartwarming, really. Exactly the kind of feeling one gets from the good old-fashioned countryside.
Décryptage d'oracle.
Now let's start by tracking down those 10 maidens. The oracle gave us a place and an act. We need to go to the Shrine of Hunger and fell 10 maidens. Now where in this town can one satiate their hunger? The hotel and where? And the 10 things that need to be knocked down. Simple, right? The answer is bowling. The shape of the bowling pin was based on the feminine form. The 10 maidens are the 10 pins. But a place where someone can both eat and bowl at the same time. I'm skeptical as to whether we'll be able to find such a place in a backwoods town like this.
Donc le restaurant, hop, le parc, la rue des Chênes.
Alexis's Diner in Lane. This is it, Zach. There are even pins and a bowling ball on the sign. I bet we'll be able to eat some Cajun cuisine and bowl there. Maybe even both at the same time.
Le premier sur Switch, honnêtement, est plus jouable que le 2 alors, en l'état.
Nice job, Zach. I knew you'd be able to find it.
Après, ils ont les mêmes défauts de construction. Mais ils rament moins, le premier. Mais après, ils sont identiques, ouais. Mais le 2 est plus accentué. Enfin, faut voir s'ils vont sortir. Faut n'oublier pas que la version aussi sur Switch était sortie complètement pétée avec le framerate à la ramasse. Et au final, ils ont sorti un patch un peu plus tard qui a arrangé le framerate. Donc bon, Swery dit qu'il n'y aura pas de patch pour celui-là, mais voilà. Ensuite, la deuxième partie de l'oracle.
There's no flying serpent on this map. Could it be a contrail or perhaps a dragon? I'm sure we'll find out later. First, let's just figure out where we need to go. Do you know what the ambiguous 0 represents? 0 is usually treated as a base number, but under what conditions would a base number be ambiguous? The answer is temperature, Zach. Yes. 0 degrees Fahrenheit is minus 17.7 degrees Celsius, and 0 degrees Celsius is 32 degrees Fahrenheit. You'd be hard-pressed to find a more ambiguous 0 than that. The question is, does our 0 refer to Celsius or Fahrenheit? Let's think for a moment. We're in Louisiana. Which measurement system do we use here in America?
Fahrenheit.
The Clarkson Food Delivery Services Cold Storage Warehouse. That's got to be it. Even with this blazing sun in the sky, they can easily keep the temperature below freezing. Be honest now, Zach. You knew the answer from the very start, didn't you? And how about that Hungan? What a mysterious character. His oracles may end up determining how much time we spend in this town.
Yeah. La classe.
Sorry, boss, but this is a smoke-free hotel. If you're dying to smoke, head out the entrance and you'll find a smoking area in the rear parking lot.
Toujours les mêmes mecs, hein.
Don't tell me. You're the
At your
bellboy.
service, boss.
Toujours David, yeah, voilà.
Are you good friends with the concierge and the chef? Are you good friends with
we
the
work at the same
concierge and the
place,
chef?
yeah. But I can't really say whether we're good friends with each other. But we're all professionals, I can't really say whether we're good.
Oh, il y a du bug là.
We're all professionals, though.
I
Nothing
believe we've
more,
struck
nothing
gold
less.
here, Zach. It just screams deep
I believe
south.
we've struck
Actually,
gold here, Zach.
No, it
doesn't.
just screams deep south.
This is
actually
all his charm.
No, it doesn't. So,
This is
if
all
I want to
his
smoke, I should go out the entrance and around to
So,
the rear parking lot?
if
I want to smoke, I
Bada bing,
should go
bada
out
boom.
the entrance and around to the rear parking lot? Okay.
Bada bing, bada
I'll
boom.
play by your rules. Okay. I'll play by your rules.
Déjà que le jeu est pété, si en plus c'est pété de base, qu'est-ce qui se passe? Je comprends pas. Le truc il est insane quoi. Il est pété dans le pété quoi. Oh j'imagine. Ça me tarde. Hein. Mais là il faut que j'essaye ce soir d'en montrer le plus possible aux gens pour qu'ils se fassent une idée quand même. Ça va être compliqué quoi. À mon avis je pourrais pas montrer assez en live quoi. Ah, vous trouverez divers éléments dans la chambre rouge. T'as pas eu l'écran noir? À mon avis, j'ai eu un bug. Hein. La carte, utilisez la carte pour marquer une destination choix ou simplement pour la consulter. Placez le curseur à l'endroit de votre choix. J'espère que je vais pas devoir tout relancer. Hein. Alors, quête principale. Donc là, ça vient de se clear. Donc on a soit rendez-vous au restaurant pour y faire un strike. On va faire le strike. Ah, scope. Oh, tu vois. Ah, j'ai eu un beau bug, t'as les deux mecs qui sont là. Je vois pas le problème. Je vois pas le problème. Y a pas de souci les gars, pas de souci. Pourquoi il m'a mis la sauvegarde en bas lui? Il est peut-être craqué ou quoi le truc? On va mettre une là. D'accord, il me la met en bas quand même. Ok. Et pas de problème. Hein. Je suis aussi pété que le jeu quand je l'ai foutu tout full essai en bas. Je veux pas sortir. Ah, merci beaucoup, boss. Vous avez vu la déco des toilettes au rez-de-chaussée? C'est moi qui l'ai faite. Hein. N'hésitez pas à y jeter un coup d'œil. Ah, et puis vous avez testé la pression de l'eau de la douche? Que voulez-vous dire? On est dans le sud ici. Tout le monde passe ses journées à suer des litres dans le coin. On a donc réglé la pression de l'eau de nos douches au maximum. J'ai vraiment hâte d'essayer ça. Je vais le faire dès ce soir. J'ai vraiment des problèmes, ouais. Le jeu, je crois qu'il a vraiment pris une... Je crois que j'ai bugué le jeu, là. Attends, je vais relancer le jeu parce qu'il y a une couille, là. Un truc qui est complètement bugué, là. Je veux bien que le jeu soit cassé, mais là, je pouvais plus bouger, quoi. Quête de la douche. C'est noté. Et là, on va essayer de sortir. On va te faire plaisir, Gouillon. On va montrer aux gens ce que c'est un jeu qui rame pas en open world. Alors pour le coup, j'ai déjà un plantage au début, ça fait plaisir. Alors, est-ce que j'ai les personnages qui... Voilà, j'ai plus le bug, quoi. Ça, j'avais eu vraiment un bug, quand même.
Whether it's a restaurant or a hotel, the key to charming your customers is how you present your bathroom. I'm sure you feel the same way, don't you, Zach? Now this is the kind of bathroom a person can really get excited about. It might even trump the one we saw in that drug dealer's house in Austin. Remember? The art piece on display in there utilized the natural curves of human ribs in such a novel way. It was truly brilliant.
Est-ce qu'on va pouvoir y reparler sans que ça bug cette fois-ci?
Hey, boss. How can I be of service?
Ah mais voilà, ça bug plus. Non mais j'ai réussi à faire bugger le jeu, quoi. C'est pas magnifique, ça? En plus, ça restera dans la vidéo, quoi.
We always strive to provide our guests with the finest of service, sir. Our humble, bucolic town does have its inconveniences. Shopping, in particular, can be a bit of a slog. Therefore, we decided to provide a modest selection of daily necessities right here at our very own front desk.
Great. Sounds convenient.
Exactly.
Alors, qu'est-ce qui va, là? Des boîtes de balles, des kits de soins, du café, café bleu, café loué, café noir, du coca, des cigarettes. Des sucettes, des sablés, des huiles bronzantes. Des chewing-gums à la menthe. Réduit légèrement les mauvaises odeurs. Un sac de couchage. Un rouleau anti-peluche. Atténue légèrement la saleté. Ça doit vraiment taper des barres quand même. Médicament au goût infect qui guérit l'invalidité. Guérit entièrement des crampes et de la paralysie. Donc ça c'est pour guérir du poison. Putain, des pilules qui guérissent de l'ivresse. Heureusement que si ça pouvait exister quoi. Guérit entièrement de sueur froide et de rhume. Excellent quoi.
Serving you is my greatest pleasure, sir.
Et au revoir monsieur.
Please do let me know if there is any other way for me to assist you.
Allez, on va sortir. Je le craque au gouillon, sinon il va péter un plomb à force. Attention les yeux quoi. Bon, ça, au bout de 2 heures, on arrive dans l'open world, c'est pas mal, non? Tu vois, quand même, le jeu, il veut pas y aller, quoi. Ça charge. Mais non, je veux pas, non. Pas l'open world. Pitié.
Compared to non-smokers, smokers have a 4.7 times greater chance of getting lung disease. You know that means it's more likely than getting asbestos poisoning?
The risk of death from lung cancer is actually much lower than what you think it is. In fact, it's tiny when compared to heart disease, strokes, and pneumonia. We're always surrounded by easy ways to die, you know. Some people even get randomly struck by lightning and die right there on the spot.
Then I reckon you also know that secondhand smokers have 1.3 times greater the risk compared to smokers?
Of course.
So you won't mind paying the damages when I die of lung disease? How about writing that in a contract for me? You got a pen, right? I promise to protect you from all the evil in our world. Oh, that's stupid. By the way, what's your name?
FBI Special Agent Francis York Morgan. Please, just call me York. That's what everyone calls me.
Is something wrong with you? Adults ain't supposed to act like that. I only asked for your name so I can write it on the contract. You should have been able to figure that out if you're a real FBI agent like you said. Come on, sign here. Right here on the paper.
Just as I thought, Zach. This contract paper, it's a Sang Rouge wrapper. Sang Rouge is here, too. This must mean that Sang Rouge is connected to the Lees Clarkson murder case somehow. This is a sprawling case that spread across the entire South. It's within our jurisdiction, Zach. We'll need to steal the right to investigate from the local authorities at once. By the way, miss, what's your name?
Patricia Woods. But I gotta write my name myself, or else it won't be a real signature.
Patricia Woods. Bon, ça dépend sur quoi t'as joué toi comme écran.
Tell me, Patricia, does this town have a sheriff? Or is it under the jurisdiction of the nearest city police?
Perfect timing. Well, go on and steal it if you want it. I was just thinking about how this is way out of my daddy's league.
Thank you for the information, Patricia. Okay, Zach, it's time to get to work. How should we seize control from the sheriff this time?
Alors, il est impossible de résoudre une enquête policière sans connaître les commandes de base. R, tu cours. Clic stick gauche, tu t'accroupis. R, tu esquives lorsque le pistolet est dégainé. ZR, tu tapes au cac. Et X, tu entres dans la chambre rouge. Magnifique. Et moi, ce framerate, quoi. Il est fatigué, on peut pas trop courir non plus.
Hey,
Oui, c'est...
my daddy's still in the parking lot.
Hmm.
I thought you were gonna steal the right to investigate from him. Hurry it up.
Eh merde, on peut pas sortir. Mais quand tu vois la gueule du shérif, il est dans une espèce de... Quand tu vois le machin, tu rigoles un peu, quoi. Shérif... Putain, mais c'est... Ouais, c'est pas du 10 FPS là encore, ça va. Là c'est du 18-20.
Hey there. So, you're the fella from the FBI I've been hearing so much about. I'm Melvin. They call me the sheriff round here.
Oh yeah, Melvin Woods. Elle est un peu blanche ta fille.
FBI Special Agent Francis York Morgan? But call me York if you can. That's what everyone calls me.
Huh? Well,
What he said?
all right. Mr. York. How's that sound?
Fine by me.
I'm sure you figured this out, but our town's a small one. Yeah, folks are already busy spreading gossip about how some FBI agents come to town. Now, I reckon you came from the city. What was it? DC? LA? Or New York? Anywho, in the city, it's normal not to know who your neighbor is. Fella who moves in next to you could cook up a dozen folks in his backyard and no one would bat an eye. That's the city for you. Now, I never lived in one myself, but I visited them a few times, so I know what it's like. All pigs must die in the city of wolves. Yeah! Now, does that sound badass or what? I bet you'd... Hey! I know, CLG. I'm just trying to make a little small talk, that's all. Anywho, round these parts, everyone knows each other's name. So lots of folks get leery when they see an étranger like you. And since it's
Étranger?
town, I thought I'd stop by and say hello.
Zach, it looks like this sheriff is quite the happy-go-lucky type. A clear indication of just how peaceful this town is. Melvin, about the Lise Clarkson
I
case.
knew you were here for that case. Can't put one past the FBI. So they even got eyes on the smallest of towns like us, huh? Our world is filled with information, and it's all within their grasp. FBI, the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
Je sais pas ce qu'il fume, mais c'est de la bonne.
The Lise Clarkson case is connected to a top-secret case that we've...
I know. If you're fixing to take the lead, then go right ahead. I'm just the humble sheriff of a tiny little town. My jobs are to stop my neighbors from beating the piss out of each other and listen to old folks complain. Honestly, this whole murder case has been weighing me down. So I'm gonna give you my full cooperation, Mr. Special Agent, sir.
Well, Zach, that was anticlimactic. I didn't even get to use my secret weapon. Melvin, there's a cold storage warehouse on the southern end of town, isn't there? I'd like to get permission to enter it.
Say what?
You want to see where the body's being kept, right?
Oh, I get it now. Lisa's body, yeah. Now, that's what I call a special agent. You already figured that much out. But, I'm not too sure that, going down there at this point is really gonna help much. You know?
Explain it yourself, Daddy.
That's incredible. I don't believe this. Amazing. Did you hear that, Zach? They put the body in a cold storage warehouse. This is fantastic. Insanely fantastic.
Really? Well, how about that? Well, all right then. I'll head on down to the warehouse ahead of you and make sure we get permission to search it.
Sounds good.
The management company only keeps the warehouse open during certain hours, so you'll have to come during those hours. I ain't looking to create any further disturbances, so be on time. Got it? Come on, let's roll, CLG.
I'm gonna walk home, Daddy. I still got another stop to make.
Oh, if you say so, sweetie. She's a real sharp one, as you can see, so I try to stay out of her way. Well, all right then, York. I'll see you at the warehouse.
Cool. Alors. Donc il faut aller là. Alors la petite, qu'est-ce que tu racontes? Alors trouver un endroit. Rendez-vous au restaurant. Le restaurant on peut y aller quand on veut, par contre là on voit que c'est entre 8h et 17h qu'on va y aller. Alors la grande question c'est... Alors, durant votre séjour, vous pouvez vous déplacer en skateboard. Tu accélères avec A, tu ralentis avec B, et Y tu montes et tu descends. Quoi?
Hey, you.
Oh, putain, me laisse pas partir.
You ain't secretly cutting kids up and sticking them into jars while you work as an FBI agent on the surface, are you?
Si, mais le dimanche.
Or using your FBI connections to sell kids to child trafficking organizations?
I've arrested people who've done both, but I've never engaged in either of those activities myself. Of course, I have imagined doing such things in order to learn more about the psychology of the criminals I deal with.
It was just a joke. Why are you getting all serious? And don't tell me what you imagine, or else I'll get scared of you for real. Hey, can I come with you? You signed a contract with me, remember? And besides, I'm kind of worried about my daddy.
Do whatever you like. This is America, land of the free. But I have one condition.
What condition?
Don't ask me about Zach. It's a private matter.
C'est sa réplique.
Zach, it feels like she's carrying something with her. Kind of reminds me of you back when we first met. I can't leave her alone like this. You feel the same way, don't you?
Alors, les indicateurs vous montrent en direction à la distance qui vous sépare d'une destination. Vous trouverez différents types d'indicateurs. La quête principale, Et la destination au choix.
Hey, Zach, it looks like we were right on the money. Tracing the San Rouge distribution route led us right to Louisiana. You know what that means. We've got a hot hand, and Lady Luck's given us far more favor than she ever had.
Normal. En mode je vois pas le problème. Non, je veux pas accélérer, sinon ça va être du framerate à 2 images par seconde. Allez, on va montrer aux gens ce que ça donne.
Melvin called you a strange name. CLG, I think. What exactly does that mean?
Clever little girl. That's what it stands for, at least. It's nice that he made up his own nickname for me and all, but it sounds kind of weird. I wish he'd call me something normal, like just Patricia or Patty, you know?
Patty? Now that name's got a ring to it. I like it. How about Zach and I call you Patty from here on out?
Do whatever you like. Weirdo. You're heading to the warehouse, right? You gonna go straight there?
Well, I'm not sure yet. I'll have to talk to Zach. We're also on a mission to fell 10 maidens, you see. I'm eager to visit Alexis's diner at Lane, but we've only just arrived in this town, so it might be nice to stroll around a bit.
What? I thought you came here to investigate.
Patty, you're still just a child. Why do you worry so much? We're born to be free, and this is America, land of the free. You should always feel free to do whatever you want. Isn't that right, Zach?
Maybe I shouldn't have come with you. I'm getting kind of nervous now.
So, what do you think of him? Yes,
Okay.
I'm talking about him. Undan. Is the skeletal gentleman friend or foe? Or does he merely exist outside the realms of either? Still too early to tell. But it's clear that he'll be
Ça
the
pop
key
même
to
pas les textures
uncovering
là-bas.
this case's mysteries. That's what my soul tells me.
Putain.
By the way, Zach, Ungan feels very familiar to me. You might even say he reminds me of someone. Yes.
C'est ça, t'as tout compris.
I see the connection now. A cheerful, wise, yet also mysterious African-American who appeared in a variety of different films. My mind must be overlapping him with the skeletal gentleman.
Je suis gentil avec le jeu.
His name? Ah, yes, that's it. Scatman Crothers. In 1980, he played Dick Halloran in The Shining, and in 1983, he was in The Twilight Zone. He played the man who invited all those elderly folks into a strange new world. I knew it, Zach. There's definitely a connection here, but he's a bit too old. Scatman's more of a sage character. Our skeletal gentleman is a little younger, isn't he? Yes. They have different body types, but what about...
Mais j'y suis l'entrepôt. Il est là l'entrepôt. On va essayer de se taper une grosse accélération, on va aller là. Et on va se taper une grosse ligne droite en skate. Pour faire ramer un petit peu.
Did you notice it yet? The streets in New Orleans were a mess. All busted up and undergoing maintenance. The city was built on a swamp, so the ground is soft. All it takes is some heavy rain to cave it all in. There were also a lot of places where large tree roots were pushing up parts of the asphalt and the sidewalk. Those bumps were dangerous even when we still had our car, remember? But this town is different. The streets are all paved so cleanly that we can skate along them without a care in the world. And there's hardly any trash or graffiti to be found anywhere. The Clarksons truly do control this place. For better or worse, it's a good example of how allowing certain people to rise to power. Why do you want to leave town, Zach? Don't tell me you want to go sightseeing down in New Orleans.
On va arriver au bout de la ville, à force. En tout cas, tu vois l'arbre en face, les textures sont même pas pop, quoi. Il veut pas y aller en fait. Il fait demi-tour. Allez, on est parti.
Why do you want to leave town, Zach? Don't tell me you want to go sightseeing down in New Orleans. Come on. Back to the investigation. So, what do you think of him? Yes, I'm talking about him. Boondock. Is the skeletal gentleman friend or foe? Or does he merely exist outside the realms of...
Il a même pas pop le...
But it's clear that he'll be the key to uncovering this case's mysteries. That's what my soul tells me.
Ah, c'est violent.
By the way, Zach, Boongon feels very familiar to me. You might even say he reminds me of someone. Yes, I think I see the connection now.
C'est excellent. Bon, honnêtement, j'ai l'impression qu'en portable c'est pire. Là, honnêtement, ça tournait à quoi? 18, 20. J'ai eu pire en portable tout à l'heure. Après, je m'étais arrêté à l'usine, j'avais tourné, je suis pas allé plus loin. Donc là, ça va être de la découverte maintenant. J'ai pas eu le temps de m'amuser quand même. Ah ben ça, elle est apparue. Patricia.
By the way, Patty, what do you usually do when you're at home?
Is this an interrogation?
Oh no. I just figured that since we're working together now, it'd be a good idea to learn a little more about you.
Should an adult male like you really be asking a little girl this kind of question? I feel like I heard a story about this sort of thing on the news once.
There's a time and a place for everything. You know exactly who I am, and I've also introduced myself to your father. Besides, you're the one who said you wanted to come with me.
I was just kidding, jeez. You're an FBI special agent. Why would I ever need to worry?
You shouldn't automatically trust someone just because they're an FBI special agent. One's profession and one's personality are completely separate things. For example, one special agent may fall spiritually in love with a genius criminal who enjoys the taste of human flesh.
That's Hannibal. You pulled that straight out of a movie.
Just because it's a film doesn't mean it isn't deeply rooted in reality. You can't judge people solely based on where they work or how they look. You need to think hard and decide things for yourself.
Fine.
Un portable, c'est beaucoup plus flou.
So, allow me to ask you this. How do you feel about me?
I don't know. I only just met you.
Exactly. Now it sounds like you're thinking. You should never feel the need to force an answer out or pretend like you know something you don't. Zach, she's a good kid, isn't she? Honest and straightforward.
Oh, wait, there's one thing I can say.
Oh. What?
When you talk to yourself like that, it really creeps me out. Did you start doing that after you became an adult? Or have you just always done it? Either way, you should stop doing it. It's really weird and, like, makes me wince whenever I hear it.
Ooh, Zach, did you hear that? No need to worry. Neither of us are weird, I can assure you of that. She's probably just having trouble finding the right word to describe us. No, I think I'll stop there. Wouldn't want her to think we're getting desperate.
Like I said, it's really creeping me out.
Mais c'est surtout que tu regardes les arbres là-bas. Sur tous les arbres, t'en as 1, 2, 3, 4. T'en as 4 qui ont pop. Et le reste des textures n'a pas pop, quoi. Quand tu regardes les arbres là, ils ont pas pop. Regarde, tu vois, celui-là où je cours là, il est pas pop encore. Hein. On va voir quand il va pop. Ah. C'est comme arc, quoi. Hop, il a pop. En fait, il n'y en avait pas qu'un. T'en avais un et un gros derrière. Tu vois, c'est quand même... Voilà, hop, il a pop. Oh putain, ça c'est du popping violent quand même. Alors est-ce qu'on voit un vrai fil quand on s'approche? Ah ben non, ça disparaît carrément. Selon comment tu regardes, les fils ils disparaissent. Excuse-moi, je regarde sous ton short petite, mais en même temps t'es là. Ah tu vois, selon comment tu regardes, ils disparaissent les fils. Hop, 1, 2... Ah, c'est excellent quoi, j'adore ce jeu. Je suis fan. Je suis fan. Ah là là, c'est graphisme. Alors, troisième œil. L'utilisation du troisième œil vous permet de déceler des éléments clés. Lors de votre progression dans le jeu, appuyez sur L pour utiliser le troisième œil. J'ai ramassé quoi? Je sais même pas ce que j'ai ramassé. Ça c'est la quête que j'ai en cours. Objet. Non. Petite plume de moineau. Ok. Mais j'ai rejoint les gars. Ça te met des croix sur ton plan. On va check ça. Une peau de lézard. Ah, sur la minimap, d'accord. Ouais. Effectivement, je sais pas. Ah putain. Moi qui suis en train de jouer à Tales of à côté, enfin, Tales of à Sword Art Online où ils sautent automatiquement les obstacles. Le framerate est un peu plus potable en docké quand même. Un portable tout à l'heure c'était vraiment la misère. Là c'est du 20 FPS à peu près. 15-20. Approximativement. Bon, des fois par contre t'as des baisses de frame assez violentes. Ouais là je dirais que ça tourne à 20-22. À peu près. On n'est pas à 25 ça c'est sûr. Ouais on doit être... ouais. Putain ce framerate. En tout cas, je suis fan de son van. Hein. Franchement, son van, il a une dégaine, quoi.
Mr. York, that was mighty quick. The special agent does it again. You sure don't waste any time. I bet my CLG's got a lot to learn from you. By the way, Mr. York, looks to me like you aren't packing anything.
I was on vacation in New Orleans before I happened to stop by here.
Well, shoot, that won't do. Here, I got something I think you'll like. I call him Mr. Alligator. Badass, ain't he? It's a tranquilizer gun for the gators.
Magnifique. Arme de défense non létale qui lance que des balles en caoutchouc. Vous avez obtenu Monsieur Alligator.
And here's a radio.
Et un talkie-walkie.
With this, you won't have to worry about any expensive roaming fees.
Appareil reçu de la part de Melvin, il pourrait peut-être s'avérer utile.
Might take you a while to get used to it, but you'll get it. Try letting them rip a few times. Ain't no need to hold back out here.
Trouvez l'entrepôt. Détruisez les caisses en bois avec Monsieur Alligator. Alors, Monsieur Alligator est une arme non létale tirant des balles en caoutchouc. Ces dernières peuvent être achetées dans des magasins, entre autres. Faites bien attention à ne jamais en manquer. Ah, tu recharges avec A. Putain. Oh yeah. Alors par rapport au premier, on peut bouger et tirer en même temps. Dans le premier, c'était à la Resident Evil 4, c'est-à-dire dès qu'on visait, on pouvait pas bouger. Après, je suis pas sûr que ce soit bien avec un framerate comme ça de bouger en même temps que...
Now this is an intriguing weapon. For a tranquilizer gun, it really packs a punch.
Au moins, ils ont une excuse pour faire que le pistolet, il ait pas d'impact, quoi. Fait que tu tires des billes.
But I'm afraid I'll decline. After all, this town is peaceful, isn't it?
Well, sure it's peaceful. At least the humans are. But the animals are a different story. Remember what I named it? There are some real mean-ass gators out there in the swamps. And every now and then, they wander into town. One of them even went and ate a kid once. It happened a long time ago, but still. One chomp's all it takes. They swallow down every last bit of you. Poor kid's parents didn't even know what to put in his coffin. The worst part is, that taught the gators just how tasty we humans are. So now, those suckers just attack on sight. Man-eating crocodiles will feast tonight. In Blood Swamp.
Excellent ce flic, ouais.
You know he's fibbing, right? Gators don't attack folks. I never heard about no kid getting swallowed by a gator.
Actually, Patricia, you're wrong.
I'm what?
Alligators do attack people, and it could happen in any town.
Huh?
Alligator, 1980. Directed by Louis Teague. It takes place in the Midwest, I believe. A teenage girl's pet alligator gets flushed down the toilet. Then, in the sewer, it feeds on the corpses of dogs that were used as test subjects for an experimental growth formula. After growing over 30 feet, it finally starts to go after humans. It's an extremely edifying movie. Back when I first saw it, I had a pet hamster.
Hamster.
Hey, Agent York. What's your first order of business? You're in charge now, remember?
Well said, Patricia. I nearly lost sight of my true goal. Melvin, I couldn't help but notice the name on the side of that truck. This facility is connected to the victim, isn't it?
Oh, right. Yeah. I reckon I better start from there. I'm gonna tell it to you straight right from the beginning, Mr. York. As you guessed, This warehouse is run by the Clarksons. The victim's father, Danny Clarkson, is the one who manages the whole place. Okay, but why did he choose to store her body in his own warehouse, right? Well, that's because there ain't no other place to store it. Our town has a clinic inside a church, but no more.
La clinique, elle est dans l'église quand même.
Whenever someone kicks the bucket, we just bury him in the graveyard right outside of town. But not this time. We got a murder on our hands this time. We need to give Lisa's body an autopsy and keep it stored, right? So we had no choice but to rent out a corner of this warehouse.
I see. So that's what led to the ingenious choice to store the victim's body in a facility that her family owns.
Anywho, this is where the real story begins. Truth is, a few days before you got here, Lisa's body went missing.
Ah, on voit que Sun, il est en train de devenir fan.
Missing.
Yeah. All of a sudden, poof.
Did you leave the warehouse unlocked?
I most certainly did not. I locked the whole place up and made sure no one could get inside. No one stole the original key, and I couldn't find any fingerprints at the scene.
So, in other words, this is a locked room mystery.
The body of a beautiful young girl walks that bit. Hey! all right, CLG. Reckon I should have told you about this earlier when you first said you wanted to come here. It just didn't seem like the time or place as I remember. Anywho, how about we call it a day and head back to my office? You can go through all the files there.
No, thank you. This is what I came to investigate.
But Lisa's body isn't here anymore.
That doesn't bother me one bit, Melvin. You see, I met a skeletal gentleman on my way here, and he was kind enough to give me an oracle.
Dommage qu'on peut pas la conduire. Hein. J'aurais bien fait une virée avec cette bagnole.
Okay, Patty. I'm going to try asking you that question again. What do you do when you're at home?
I watch TV and look up stuff on the internet, I guess. Ain't much else to do when you're out in the middle of nowhere.
Really? For some reason, I envisioned you working hard to take care of all the chores around the house.
Well, of course I do stuff like that too. But doesn't everyone? Why bother talking about it?
Other kids your age don't help out their parents. They're too busy talking with their friends on the phone or through emails.
That's stupid. I don't get why everyone's so obsessed with taking pictures of themselves. Then they send them to their friends just to get approval? Talk about cringeworthy.
How do you prefer to boost your self-esteem, then?
I don't need to. I have my family. And besides, my daddy's the town sheriff. All I need to be happy is a normal life.
That's awfully mature of you.
Everyone else is just childish. I'm totally normal.
Okay, then. So what do you do after you finish all your chores? You don't turn on CNN and pour yourself some bourbon, do you?
CNN? That's kid stuff. What I watch is way more adult than that.
Like what? Live sports?
You just don't get it, Agent York. Full House, Friends, Beverly Hills 90210, sitcoms on package, dreams, love, life lessons, science fiction. They've got everything you'd have.
Elle les active comment les ballons d'ailleurs? Ça pour l'instant. Ah ouais là. D'accord. Non, même pas. Une assiette de bonne qualité. À mon avis, tu vas looter pas mal de saloperies. Alors, je te disais, parce que là, je pouvais rien y faire dessus. Non, honnêtement, pour l'instant, ça me plaît. Hein. Après, voilà. Si le plus pété dans le jeu, c'est l'open world, ça va, quoi. Tu peux te déplacer, ça file un peu la migraine, mais... Par contre, en portable, ouais, ça sera chaud d'y jouer en portable. Hein. Alors, les barils remplis de bois peuvent être embrasés afin de créer des zones de sécurité. Créer des zones de sécurité autour d'un baril permet de garder les animaux et les hommes à distance. Dormir dans une zone de sécurité permet également de camper en évitant le risque de prendre... Ah ben c'est ce que tu me parlais toi, la dernière fois dans le 1, que tu me posais des questions par rapport à qu'est-ce qu'il fallait gérer dans le jeu. Profiter de ces barils pour progresser en toute sécurité. Je comprends mieux pourquoi tu me posais ces questions. Ouais, t'as la mallette, hein, pour déposer des trucs, etc. Ouais. Ça reprend un peu du truc du 1, quoi. Dans le 1, il fallait gérer le sommeil, sa vie et la faim. Et là, il faut gérer le froid aussi, visiblement, dans le 2. Honnêtement, ça va, si tu cours pas trop dans l'open world, ça va. Mais alors, dès que tu commences à vouloir...
Hey, Zach, it looks like we were right on the money. Tracing the Sang Rouge distribution route led us right to Louisiana. You know what that means. We've got a hot hand, and Lady Luck's given us far more favor than she ever has before. We just happened to hear news about Lisa's murder while sitting in a bar during our vacation in New Orleans. That certainly wouldn't have happened if we had stayed in D.C. They would have given the case to another special agent, or maybe even to the state, and then we never would have found it. In the end, it would have been shut up in that vast, desolate evidence vault along with all the other cases, marked by nothing but a first-degree murder tag buried in a...
Alors, je vous dis qu'il y a beaucoup de gestion de survie dans le 2. Ouais, il y en avait dans le 1, mais c'était... T'en avais quelques-unes, mais c'est ce que je t'ai dit, quoi. Là, ils l'ont plus poussé dans le 2, alors je te dis. Bon, c'est pas plus mal, hein. Bon, le premier était vraiment un survival horror aussi, hein. T'avais pas mal de jauges à gérer, hein, mais bon. Honnêtement, c'était... Est-ce que le jeu est dur? Parce que le premier n'était pas si dur que ça, hein. Honnêtement, il était plutôt facile, même, hein. T'avais pas de réel challenge. C'était plus certains boss où, voilà, où le jeu rame un peu sur certaines phases qui étaient chiantes, quoi. Mais sinon, c'était pas non plus... Le bestiaire était pas fou dans le 1, il y avait pas grand-chose. Visiblement, de ce que j'ai vu, il y en a plus dans le 2, quoi. Dans les vidéos qu'ils nous ont montrées.
Holding up okay, CLG? Sure you don't want to wait outside?
I'll be fine, Daddy. Just make sure you don't take your eyes off of him.
Ouais, ils en ont rajouté un peu. Ouais, il est pas dur, tu vois, ils ont mis des trucs, mais... Mais ça reste des trucs sympas, je sais que dans le premier, ça se laissait gérer, vu que c'était pas trop dur non plus. Honnêtement, tu bouffais un truc de temps en temps, tu prenais du café et basta, quoi. Tu te rasais, tu changeais de fringue, et puis voilà, quoi.
He's so selfish and inconsiderate. I'm still not convinced he's actually a real FBI agent. Look, he's talking to himself again.
Ce qui est bien dans le 2, c'est qu'ils ont l'air de se caricaturer le premier, quoi.
Zach, this is the ambiguous zero, the deep freeze. Let's hurry up and find that flying serpent, shall we?
Un serpent volant. Rendez-vous au lieu d'entreposage du corps. Une nouvelle quête a été ajoutée au journal. Ah, y a pas... On voit pas le... On sait pas trop où on va, ok. si tu te laves pas, tu vas attirer les mouches et les dialogues des autres vont changer. Ah, c'est excellent ça. On va faire une petite pause, je vais aller me chercher un café. Et on se dit à tout de suite. On va me faire chauffer, j'ai pas pour longtemps. Allez, c'est reparti.
This place always gives me goosebumps, no matter how many times I come here.
Yes, it's quite the funhouse. Truly a dazzling place. Meat entertainment. That's the only way to describe it.
Meat entertainment.
Woven together by life, frozen in time, a visceral, musical.
Symphony. We eat all this in order to survive.
Alors visiblement YouTube me fait des retours au niveau du son. Est-ce que le son est bon pour vous?
Yes, truly a symphony. Life and death, resonating together.
Yeah, it's really cool.
Cool. Whoa now, CLG. Since when were you interested in this kind of stuff?
What are you so surprised for, Daddy? I'm more mature than you are. I've seen way more realistic corpses on CSI, you know.
Oh, man.
At first, Zach, I was shocked by the notion of storing a victim's body alongside food.
Pas de soucis, et merci à toi et bienvenue Mikado. Et Zach était surpris.
But as I gaze upon this hanging garden, I realize it's just another scene of violent, depraved murder. Yes. All we need to do is change our point of view, and things will expose themselves in utterly new ways.
Hey, Mr. York. This is kinda, yeah.
Melvin, if you have something to say, then just go on and say it. Otherwise, you'll simply be insulting this beautiful landscape.
Yeah. You think this is beautiful?
D'accord. C'est toi Pichou. Ok.
Oh yes. It's the abnormal world that supports our normal lives. I think that's wonderful. Besides, look, Patricia seems to be handling this a lot better than you are.
Well, you see, I ain't too good with this grotesque stuff.
Don't let it get to you, Daddy. Whew. Everyone has at least one thing they're afraid of. Even you, right, Agent York?
Something I'm afraid of?
Yeah, that's right. You gotta have at least one thing. Like clowns.
Peur des clowns.
Clowns are so funny. How could anyone be scared of them?
Zombies.
Love them.
A bucket full of worms.
I could squeeze them with my bare hands.
The sound of screeching glass.
Doesn't bother me.
Then...
They cling to your skin like putrid leeches, robbing you of much more than your vitality.
Rise the Future. Non, j'ai pas. C'est sur quoi ça?
The wet socks.
Melvin, you're a genius.
Ils ont fait des mises à jour à 60 FPS, ça a l'air de bien tourner. Ah, c'est le jeu de caisse qui tourne en 30 de base et qu'ils ont mis un réglage graphisme moyen 60 FPS, c'est ça? J'ai vu passer l'info, mais j'ai pas le jeu. Ah, c'est un jeu de caisse, ouais, sur Switch.
Let's get along here, Mr. York. Just looking at this stuff gives me the heebie-jeebies.
Une pince d'écreuil, ça, ouais, les gars. Alors, je cherche quoi, moi, là-dedans? Il est à 12 € en promo, effectivement, ça peut valoir le coup. Surtout que c'est que du démat de mémoire, il n'y a pas eu de boîte là-dessus. Un os de pâte de waouh. Il trouve des trucs, hein. Pourquoi il y a des grenouilles accrochées sur les trucs, hein? Qui m'explique quand même.
Melvin, I'd like to take this opportunity to ask you a personal question. In the hotel parking lot, when I first met you, the picture you had on your dashboard happened to catch my eye. Was that your wife?
Oh, her? Yeah, that's my lady, all right. Candy. name's Candy. The prettiest girl in town, which makes me the happiest boy. A shooting star landed in a rural town, right on top of a man who now has a meteor struck hard.
You always keep her photo with you?
You bet I do. Candy's a little sick right now. She can't even leave the house no more. So I always keep her photograph with me. Kind of feels like we're always together, you know?
I see. You care for your wife a great deal. But this means that...
Yeah, that's right. My mama had me before she married Dad. But it don't matter. He's still my real daddy to me.
Oh, thank you, CLG. And you're my pride and joy.
Well, Zach, isn't this a heartwarming scene? But there's one thing I just can't get out of my mind. Don't you think that photograph looked a bit too old? Perhaps Candy is already... No, let's not think about that. It might be a private matter, just like you, Zach.
Effectivement, il y a plein de trucs de planqués. Je suppose que c'est juste des items à la con. Une queue de gaspic alligator, effectivement. Alors certains lieux peuvent comporter des passages secrets et des zones inaccessibles. Oh bah là il n'y a rien du tout, je sais pas. Je sais pas où il veut me faire aller, mais il n'y a rien là. Et pourtant il me dit qu'il y a des trucs par là-bas. Bon, on se casse.
Here we are, Zach. The morgue. They stored the victim's body in a cold storage warehouse operated by her family. I'd love to shake the hand of whoever came up with that one.
Hey, Agent York. Did you just come here to laugh at rural officers who are doing the best they can? We don't have any special facilities like you people. What else did you expect us to do, huh? Don't compare us with city folk. This is Lucare. Or maybe you're just disappointed that you didn't get to see the bloated, decomposing corpse of a young girl.
Sorry, you're right. I went a bit too far just now. But don't misunderstand. I honestly think it's a fantastic idea. I'd never try and bully your daddy.
Better not.
Thank you for understanding. Zach, these are human footprints, and they're extremely large. Yes, Zach, I agree. These footprints must belong to someone who's used to walking around in cold temperatures. This frost is shaped like something we're very used to seeing. That's right. A body bag. Lisa's body must have been left here. But there are no signs that the bag was dragged away. So our criminal must possess monstrous strength. Boxes of the past or presence of the future. Either way, this is a curious time capsule. Forgotten boxes. Looks like shelled headless shrimp. When were these boxes brought here? And when will they be taken away? Zach, can you feel it? The perpetual, unstoppable flow of time. Boxes that got left behind. I can't tell what's inside. What do you think, Zach? I'm gonna go with okra. Yeah, okra. I'm sure it must be okra. That's a staple of the South. An icicle. Never thought I'd see one of these down in the South. Zach, can you see that? Look closely. That's right. There are 4 imprints in the frost on the top of this. It's hard to believe, but I think these are fingerprints. Yes, Zach, that would lead one to believe that the body napper is a giant who's over 10 feet tall.
J'aime. Merci, trop généreux.
Seems like our flying serpent isn't here. Is this everything, Melvin? There aren't any other rooms in this warehouse? No special rooms?
Well, there is the luxury foods warehouse.
Luxury foods? Why didn't you say so earlier?
Just thought you wanted to see where the body... I just thought you were only interested in warehouse number 2. Besides, it's underground, so it's even colder than this. You sure you really want to go down there? You could darn well freeze to death. All life will come to an end in the icebound zone. You feel me?
Let's head there at once. I'm sure that must be where we're meant to go.
But what about searching for Lisa's body?
All we need to do is find a 10-foot tall man with monstrous strength. That giant knows where she is.
10 foot tall?
But finding the flying serpent is more important right now. Now please, guide me to the luxury foods warehouse at once. These luxury foods are most likely being used in local Cajun cuisine.
Ouais, Cajun.
I'm so excited to see what we'll find. Aren't you, Zach?
C'est des fous les Cajuns, faut faire attention. Partez à la recherche du serpent volant dans la réserve de produits de qualité supérieure.
A 10-foot tall giant? All right. Now that one's gotta be a joke. Right, Mr. York?
Non. Non, non, c'était pas une blague.
That elevator needs a key, Mr. York.
Do you have one?
Actually, no. I didn't think you'd ever want to go down there. So I didn't bother to go and get one.
Well then, would you go and get one now?
Yeah. COG, I know. I'll tell it to him straight. Thing is, Mr. York, you know the Clarksons? The folks who own this place? Well, they don't too much like the police. And they sure as hell don't like them when they're my color. It was, real hard for me to get permission to open up this place for you to search through. So they ain't gonna be too happy if I go back to them now, asking for another key.
What should we do then?
Let's just find a worker here who can lower the elevator for us instead. All they need to do is take a break from their work for a couple minutes.
And what am I supposed to do? Just stand here and pretend like nothing's happening?
Yeah, you FBI folks are good at that, right? That's always what I see you doing on TV.
Récupérer la clé d'ascenseur pour accéder à la réserve.
Zach, I think we can move this. Better check back here as well, just to be on the safe side.
Attention, ils nous ont fait varier les gameplays quand même. Putain, faut passer dans l'autre sens.
Zach, the human ability to adapt is a frightening thing. Some humans have the power to sleep anywhere as long as they set their minds to it.
Clé de l'ascenseur. Merci, monsieur.
Now we should be able to operate the elevator. No need to worry. This facility no longer has a body to steal. What else do they have to lose? A few cans of crawfish? I feel bad for him, but it's for the sake of the investigation. I'll write him a letter of apology later.
Apologie later. Ça me foutrait, moi. Un peu plus, ça y est. C'est une option. Des os de Wara Waron. Parce que c'est ce truc, mais. Enfin, du super craft avec ça.
Mr. York, did you find a key? Ha! Now that's my special agent. There, wanna head straight down?
You bet. Let's sally forth, Melvin. Zach, look at that thermometer. 0 degrees Fahrenheit, or minus 17.7 degrees Celsius. This is the ambiguous zero.
Hey, Avery! Can't you hear me? Open the damn door, Avery! It ain't no use, Mr. York. Once Avery starts working on something, that's all he sees. He just tunes out everything else. We'll have to wait until he finishes and comes out to us, I reckon. Or we could come back tomorrow.
I disagree, Melvin. Time may be on our side, but that doesn't mean we should waste it. You gave me Mr. Alligator precisely for moments like these, didn't you?
Wait, Mr. York! Those tranquilizers may be non-lethal, but it's still dangerous to use them on humans.
Of course, Melvin. I never said I was going to shoot him.
You're gonna shoot some meat to get his attention. I'm right, ain't I?
This is Mr. York, an agent from the FBI.
Hi, Avery. I'm Special Agent Francis York Morgan. Please, call me York.
York? You a smarty pants, hmm?
He's shyer than he looks. Come on, just settle down, Avery. Tell her what this here place is for.
Lots of expensive food here. You're mighty precious to the Clarksons, so I gotta guard it.
I see. So you're this area's keeper?
Oh, I help with the research, too. I do like research.
Research? What are you talking about, Avery? This doesn't look like a lab to me.
Oh, ain't no lab. It's a warehouse. Ain't no lab. The smarty pants scientist does the research. I ain't no smarty pants, no.
He's a bit slow in the mind, but he ain't a bad guy. Oh. Your story about the giant who carried Lisa. Don't tell me you think it's him. I mean, it's true that he's free to come and go as he pleases in this warehouse, but...
No, as far as I can tell, he's just a bit over 6'5". The one who moved Lisa's body must be at least 10 feet tall. He's clearly too short.
Too short, huh? Well, if you ever happen to find a man who makes him look small, I'd sure like to meet him.
Lise.
Hey, cut it out!
Lise? Why?
Avery, that's not Lise.
Not Lise?
This is Melvin's daughter, and my precious assistant. Unfortunately, Elise is no longer with us.
Lise! Lise! My fault! My fault!
I guess he's sort of like Lise, you know? See, the poor fella's got himself a childlike mind. You know how normal kids tease other kids in order to get attention? Well, with this big lug, sometimes folks who don't know him too well see something and end up calling the police. But I know that deep down, he's got a good heart. Hey, Mr. York, I'll keep him busy, but I'd appreciate it if you'd hurry this particular inspection along. Just holler at me if you find anything. I reckon that'll make it easier for you to go do your thing, yeah?
Melvin, I think you're finally starting to catch on. There are torn-off claws and legs scattered all over the ground. I doubt they'll fly anytime soon. I can't tell which ones are from crawfish and which parts are from shrimp. How about you, Zach? And Dewey.
Andouille.
Now here's some real Cajun cuisine. The way these sausages are linked up, they almost look like a serpent. But it's hard to imagine them flying. Let's move on, Zach. Cans of Holy Trinity paste. Onions, bell peppers, and celery. The absolute basics for any Cajun dish. This product combines them all into some sort of paste.
People actually buy this garbage? Even the name sounds idiotic. Zach, I just made an eternal promise with myself. If I ever happen to come across any food prepared with this paste, I vow to never call it Cajun food. Frozen oysters. Personally, I'd rather have a cocktail filled with fresh ones. We hunt for more materials than we can eat, and freeze them over long periods of time. The human race gives terror a whole new meaning. Avery, this box looks special.
Clarkson food, for their home.
Melvin, is this the Clarksons' family crest?
Oh, the dragonfly? Yeah, that's the Clarksons' mark, all right. Ain't no big deal, though. You can find those all over town.
Is that so?
Well, yeah. They pretty much run all of this town's major industries. Yeah, I do believe they own just about everything there is to own. So their word is law. They got the whole darn town tattooed with their dragonflies. Can't even walk a few steps without seeing one.
Zach, this dragonfly is our flying serpent. The flying serpent owns this town. They're related to Lise Clarkson, our victim. And Hungan's oracle pointed us toward their family crest. The Clarksons must be deeply intertwined with this case. Melvin, Patricia, I think I've had enough of this frozen world. Let's head back out to that merciless sun. Well, what are you waiting for? I can't bear to spend another second down here.
Ça, c'est du temps, genre.
Whew. So, what do we do now, Mr. York?
Zach and I will take things from here.
Then what should I do?
Tend to your sick wife? I don't know. You're free to do as you please. I'll stop by the sheriff's office when I need your help again.
I suppose that's what I'll do then. It'll sure make Candy happy. But I am the sheriff of this town, so I do intend to get some work done. I know. How about I search for Lisa's body while you're busy?
Not a bad idea. Just be careful that you don't get attacked by a barefooted giant.
Hey, don't scare me like that. Why do you keep talking about that giant anyway? You really think some giant was responsible for all this?
Melvin, don't be silly. Of course I do. Just when I thought you were starting to catch on. Disappointing, to say the least.
But how can you be so sure? I want to see some proof.
Proof number one. The footprints that led up to where Lisa's body originally was were made with bare feet.
None of the prints looked similar to those of common insulated boots, and the arches of the feet were visible. The person who carried out Lisa's body must have had very large feet. I'd say they were at least 16 inches. Proof number 2. I found fingerprints on the cord of one of the hanging lights in the warehouse. The fingerprints weren't aimed up from below. They were coming directly from the side. Clearly, the giant moved the light because it was in his way. He pinched the cord with his fingers. Proof number 3. There was nothing else found in the vicinity where Lisa's body was stored. This means the giant carried her out without dragging her across the floor. But there's only one set of footprints. The only conclusion I can draw from this evidence is that a barefooted giant, standing over 10 feet tall, carried Lisa's body out. That concludes the entirety of my proof. Any objections, Melvin?
But there ain't no way a human could ever be that tall.
Have you seen every human alive with your own eyes? Well then, you need to forget all your preconceived notions when embarking on an investigation. Whether you come face to face with a 10-foot giant or a skeletal gentleman, you always need to accept everything that comes to you with a clear mind. Do that, and eventually the truth will reveal itself to you. You're a smart kid, I'm sure you understand.
Well, I'll be damned. I'm sorry I ever doubted you, Mr. FBI Special Agent, sir. A sharp eye and flawless observational skills, uncovering the truth with a heady intuition. I won't ever question you again. Heck, I'll do whatever you say.
That's it, Melvin. I'm glad you finally caught on. Okay, time to go, Patty. You know this town well, so I'd like you to accompany me from now on.
Patty?
Zach, we found the flying serpent. Now we simply need to locate the 10 maidens. It's time to head on to Alexis's Diner and Lane.
Ouais, on repart sur le bel open world qui rame pas, qui est très fluide.
Zach, you're a coffee person, right? No sugar, only milk. Yes, I'm completely with you on that one. This town sure is peaceful, Zach. Yes, I know. I know what you're about to say. But that's why we're here. To protect this peace. Isn't that right, Zach? Zach, you're a coffee person, right? No sugar, only milk. Yes, I'm completely with you on that one. This is the deep south. I feel it every time that molten hot sun pours down on me. Don't you, Zach?
Did you notice it yet? The streets in New Orleans were a mess. All busted up and undergoing maintenance. The city was built on a swamp, so the ground is soft. All it takes is some heavy rain.
Alex Diner Henley.
Patty, is something wrong?
I got something to say. When I first met you in the hotel parking lot, you mentioned Saint Rouge, right? If you want to find it, maybe you should track down Professor R.
Professor R?
Yeah. Professor R owns the jazz bar on the other side of the bayou.
How do you know that?
Because.
Because, huh? Interesting.
Putain, la gueule du corbillard. Ça, c'est du corbillard, quand même. La fameuse partie de bowling qui nous avait montré dans une vidéo de gameplay. Réduction pour les clients bronzés. Ouais, il va falloir que j'achète des trucs pour bronzer alors. Et qu'une piste de bowling, hein.
Ten maidens, Zack. Let's topple their hourglass figures and complete this oracle once and for all.
Oh my lord. I don't believe I've seen you around here before. Sorry, honey, but you can't smoke in here. Since you're with Patricia, I'm guessing you're some friend of Melvin's.
He's Agent York from the FBI. This is Alexis, the owner of this restaurant. I'm helping out Agent York in his investigation. We signed a contract.
Oh, my lord. Well, ain't that something?
I'm FBI Special Agent Francis York Morgan. Please.
Il s'appelle J. Voilà aussi, comme le
Everyone's always
mec
called me
d'hôtel.
that.
Oh, my lord. Well, that's got to be the strangest introduction I've ever heard. No wonder everyone in town's been talking about you.
I want a chocolate sundae, but no cherries. I want 2 wafers instead. Don't put too many Rice Krispies on it. Oh, but don't scrimp on the chocolate syrup either.
Oh, my lord. And what'll it be for you, honey?
Alexis, are these photos of the town?
Oh, you like my pictures? My hobby's collecting snapshots of what our town used to be like. So whenever someone gives me an old picture, I just put it up here on display. Our world these days feels a bit cold to me, you know? Just thought it'd be nice to help folks remember what it was like in the good old days.
Zach, did you hear that? The good old days. Even in a remote town that's already far behind the times, there are still people who yearn for the past.
She told me what was going on, you know.
What?
Lise, you don't need to try and hide it from me, honey. Last time she came here, she told me all about it. Some odd fella was following her around. Stalking her like.
Un stalker.
What kind of fellow?
She said he had a really tall shadow.
How tall?
As tall as an oak tree.
Did that ring any bells for you?
Sadly, it didn't. I know just about everyone in this here town, but I ain't never seen a man who stands that tall. Maybe it really was an oak tree, and she just mistook it for someone. Sometimes the silhouettes of them trees, with lots of Spanish moss hanging down, make me feel a little funny, too.
I don't think so, Alexis. Lise said the shadow was following her, correct? That means she must have been stalked by a man as tall as an oak tree. If she had only mistaken an oak tree for a person, she wouldn't have described it that way. She might have said,
It felt like a crowd of people was staring at me.
Yes, exactly. She certainly wouldn't have talked about being followed by someone. Thank you, Patty. Zach, this data is all very intriguing, but it isn't the answer we're looking for. We came to knock down the 10 maidens, remember?
Oh, yeah! Booyah! Oh, I got a turkey!
Truly mesmerizing, Zach. This is why I never tire of small-town investigations. Same goes for you, right?
Agent York, if you're fixing to bowl, you're gonna be disappointed. Mrs. Carpenter never lets anyone else use the lane while she's here.
Patty, that's exactly what I came to do. You see, Zach and I need to bowl down 10 maidens.
Fine, go on and try if you wanna, but I'm gonna eat my sundae. Hey! Are you nuts?
What's the most addictive drug in the world?
How should I know?
It's sugar, Patty. Far more people die from obesity and diabetes than from cocaine and heroin. Alexis, would you give her some milk?
Oh, my lord. Coming right up, honey.
Sugar might be dangerous, but it ain't against the law. You got no right to take that from me, even if you are some FBI agent.
Actually, Patty, I do. You signed a contract, remember? I promised to protect you from all the evil in our world.
Hey!
Delicious. What an amazing chocolate sundae. Zach, I think we just uncovered an incredible treasure here. I feel like I could eat one of these every day while we're in this town.
Oh, what?
Quand il a arnaqué la gamine.
Just hurry and finish up your investigation already. Can't stand being inside this place without a chocolate sundae. Not even for a second.
Don't worry, Patty. I'll knock down those 10 maidens in the blink of an eye. You just wait here and drink your milk.
Meh.
What'll it be, honey?
Alors, ne passez pas tous les heures plongées ainsi dans vos enquêtes, prenez-moi le temps d'apprécier la cuisine locale. Oh, mais je l'apprécie à ma manière. Oh Seigneur, cette réponse ne me convient pas. Je ne peux pas appeler ça apprécier. Faire à sa manière, c'est rester dans sa zone de confort. C'est en goûtant plein de plats différents que l'on peut juger si un plat est bon ou pas. C'est pour ça qu'il est important d'étendre son répertoire de saveurs. Les nouvelles rencontres élargissent vos horizons culinaires, n'est-ce pas? Compte bon nombre de spécialités cajun. Mhm. Alors, récupérer des ingrédients pour permettre à Alexis de préparer son truc cajun là. Une fois que je l'aurai, je commencerai la préparation. Je vous révélerai ce second ingrédient à ce moment-là. Ça sent les quêtes FedEx.
What'll it be, honey? What'll it be?
Alors, un banquet là.
Is this place a bowling alley or a restaurant?
Oh my lord, what's wrong, honey? Can't tell the difference? It says restaurant right there on the outside.
And how do you explain that then?
That's so the customers can bowl while they eat. Convenient, ain't it? If you want to bowl, honey, you'll have to ask Mrs. Carpenter to open up the lane for you. But if you just want to eat, then all you need to do is call my name. Got it? Oh.
Alors, des crevettes et gros de maïs. Remplis largement le ventre, généreusement le ventre. Un sundae. Des beignets typiques de la Louisiane. Et des haricots rouges avec du riz.
Come back anytime, honey. You ain't gonna find any better Cajun food in all of Louisiana.
Ouais, faites attention aux cajuns quand même. C'est des fifous quoi.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Oh, howdy, stranger. My, you're a handsome one. You came out here from the city, didn't you? I can always spot you city folk from a mile away.
I'm FBI Special Agent Francis York Morgan. Would you mind calling me York, ma'am?
Oh, so you are from the FBI. I thought as much. So sophisticated. Well, my horoscope in the paper today told me I'd be meeting someone new. And those horoscopes never miss. They're the real deal. One even predicted when I'd bowl my first perfect game. Oh, no. Oh, could you stand a bit closer to me? Whew, that was a close one. If you move any further that way, you'll cast a shadow over the lane. Well, the sheriff did that once, and something horrible happened. The next time I bowled, I got a gutter ball. First time in 12 years. I was mortified. And I am going to make sure nothing like that ever happens again. In our world, some routines lead to good things, while others only lead to the bad. So, You mustn't ever cast a shadow over the lane. Is that understood?
It's her routine, Zach. Understand? Just like us and coffee. Incidentally, ma'am, would you mind letting me use this lane too? I'm investigating the Lise Clarkson murder case. And I need to topple 10 maidens, no matter what it takes.
No, absolutely not. Not even the FBI can take my lane from me. I haven't given it up once ever since my husband passed away over a decade ago. I'll never break my promise to him.
But...
Now, if you'll excuse me. Ooh, you like that? That's what I'm talking about. Who's your mama?
Zach, it looks like negotiations have failed. Now I'm afraid we have no choice but to force her to let us use her bowling lane. Yes, I know. I won't do anything illegal. Excuse me, Mrs. Carpenter.
Stop! Not now! Can't you see I'm already in my bowling stance? What, are you blind?
Ouais, je suis complètement blind.
Holy mother of bowling balls, let me pick up this split. Holy mother of bowling balls, let me pick up this split. Holy mother of bowling balls, let me pick up this split.
Ils ont pas traduit quand ils marmonnent.
Stance? Oh, always works on a split. Oh, yeah, never fails.
Zach, our new friend, appears to be a very superstitious lady. We should try and utilize this trait of hers in order to gain access to the lane for a bit. That was an amazing shot, Mrs. Carpenter. In fact, it may have been the most amazing shot I've ever seen. Speaking of which, where did you happen to find all those neat little items? The ones you used to help you bowl that split just now.
Ooh, you got a keen eye there, Mr. Special Agent. Taking a liking to my collection, have you?
Oh, yes. A great liking.
I buy all my charms and power stones from Erzuli Frida.
Erzuli Frida.
Yes, it's a mystical establishment run by the Mirror.
The Mirror?
If you're interested, I can mark it on your map for you.
Trop généreux.
Zach, this is it. Erzuli Frida. There must be a treasure trove of dubious trinkets on sale there. We may even be able to find something capable of changing her mind. It really feels like we're in the deep south now, doesn't it?
Erzuli Frida. Mais viens là, on se casse. C'est dommage qu'on paye pas comme dans le premier. À chaque fois on payait quand on prenait, quand on faisait une sauvegarde. Là c'est gratuit, c'est un peu dommage. Donc on va aller au magasin de magie là, de vaudou. de Frida. Par contre, les chargements pour retourner sur l'open world ou à chaque fois rentrer dans une zone, pas être pressé quoi. Enfin, c'est le digne fils spirituel, hein, un jeu tout cassé. Mais bon, là, je pense qu'avec ce que vous avez vu dans ce live, vous savez à peu près à quoi vous attendre dans le jeu. Je pense que Bouillon pourra vous le confirmer.
I thought you came here to bowl.
Yes, I did.
Then why are you leaving? You gave up on trying to convince Mrs. Carpenter to let you play?
No, Patty, neither Zach nor I have given up on anything. We're just going to stop by Erzuli Frida.
Erzuli Frida? What do you want with that place?
What do you know about it, Patty?
It's a dumb store that sells stupid voodoo charms and even stupider souvenirs. No one who actually lives here would ever be caught dead there. Daddy even told me to steer clear of it.
And why is that?
'Cause they sell guns?
You mean Erzuli Frida is a gun shop?
It's kinda like a gun shop and a voodoo shop had a baby.
A voodoo shop? Thank you, Patty. You just helped me make up my mind. We're going to use the power of voodoo to help us steal the right to use that lane.
Puissance du vaudou. Alors, il est où le vaudou? Erzuli Frida. Ah bah il est ouvert 24 heures sur 24 lui au moins. Hein.
Zach, you're a coffee person, right? No sugar, only milk. Did you notice it yet? The streets in New Orleans were a mess. All busted up and undergoing maintenance. The city was built on a swamp, so the ground is soft. All it takes is some heavy rain to cave it all in. There were also a lot of places where large tree roots were pushing up parts of the asphalt on the sidewalk. Those bumps were dangerous. This is the deep south. A voodoo shop. It's a voodoo shop.
Just looks like a dumb souvenir shop to me.
Of course it does, Patty. You're much too young to understand the true value of such a place.
this is all kid stuff. It's just a bunch of charms.
And guns.
I'm allowed to watch TV and go on the internet, but I ain't allowed in here? My daddy makes no sense sometimes. You agree, right, Agent York? This is all just kid stuff.
Look at this, Zack. All the mysticism of the Deep South gathered up into one quaint little shop. This is 100 times more exciting than the FBI evidence vault. It's a vast treasure chest. So much to study, so much to learn.
Ça a l'air complètement barré, ouais, ça. Et j'ai le même dans ma chambre d'hôtel.
Thou art a seeker, and I see the object of thy desire. Doth this be what thou seekest? I could sell it to thee now. And only now. Surely fortune shall not bless thee with another chance. Purchase this, and know that thy wishes shall be granted.
Magnifique.
That's crazy. Even I can tell you're getting cheated, Agent York.
I disagree, Patty. This person can be trusted. I've been studying people for quite a while, so I can tell. That figurine is connected to our future.
My price is true. What say thee?
Figurine d'un alligator portant un chapeau de forme et une canne, et il se tient sur deux pattes. C'est magnifique. 30 €. Enfin 30 $. À acheter. Allez. Ça, c'est fait.
I'll buy it.
Thou art a man of refined taste.
Oh mon dieu. Ce character design.
I am loath to part with it, but 'twould be a fool's errand to keep it from such a keen-eyed soul.
What's wrong with you? No normal person would ever buy a piece of junk like that. Not even at a garage sale.
Marvelous, isn't it, Zack? What a treasure. I can't wait to use it.
Use it? Where? How?
Isn't it obvious, Patty? I'm going to put it in front of Mrs. Carpenter's house.
In front of her house?
Yes. I'm sure this figurine will stop her right in her tracks. And that'll give us a chance to finally topple the 10 maidens.
Are you serious?
Of course I am. And so is Zack. Aren't you?
I'm seriously wondering if I should quit helping you out with this.
Placez la figurine d'alligator devant la maison de Madame Carpenter. Il y a plein de quêtes annexes, visiblement, qui se mettent en cours. Alors, dans notre monde, certaines choses ont de la valeur et d'autres n'en ont pas. Seuls certains d'entre nous sont capables de faire cette différence. Parmi toutes ces choses, il y a 5 perles de couleur qui sont plus précieuses que n'importe quoi d'autre. 5 perles de couleur. Une perle bleue, nommée perle marine. Non, la perle des profondeurs. Elle est d'un bleu si profond qu'elle semble tout droit sortie des fonds marins. La deuxième est rouge comme le sang. C'est la perle du sang divin. On dirait presque qu'elle a été fabriquée à partir du sang d'un saint homme. La troisième perle est verte. On l'appelle la perle de l'été. Non, c'est pas ça. On l'appelle perle de la forêt. Non. De la pelouse? Non plus. Mais comment l'appelle-t-on alors? La perle de la verdure. Oui, la perle de la verdure. Plus verte que les plus jeunes feuilles. La prochaine perle est blanche. C'est la perle des premières neiges. Elle est d'un blanc immaculé et pur. Si vous réussissez l'exploit de réunir ces 5 perles, vous en aurez cité, mais vous en avez cité 4. De quoi? Vous avez bien dit qu'il y avait 5 perles, non? Mais oui, exactement. Mais vous n'en avez cité que 4. Perle des profondeurs, perle du sang divin, perle de la verdure, et enfin, perle des premières neiges. Ah, j'ai pas parlé de la perle du bayou obscur? Une perle si noire qu'elle semble aspirer la lumière autour d'elle. Non, vous n'en avez pas parlé. Ni à Zach, ni à moi. Comme je le disais donc, vous devez réunir ces 5 perles. Réunir les perles? Moi? Oui, bien sûr. Mais pourquoi? Parce que vous connaissez la valeur des choses, bien entendu. C'est-à-dire? Mais je viens de vous le dire, tout ce qu'il y a à savoir sur les 5 perles de couleur. Ce que vous faites de ces informations, c'est votre choix. Il veut qu'on trouve 5 perles. Zach, qu'en penses-tu? Moi, je ferai ce que tu décides, comme d'habitude. Réunissez la perle des profondeurs, du bayou, nouvelle quête. J'adore faire des quêtes annexes. Surtout les ramasser des trucs. Des bananas, vous voulez dire des perles, j'imagine. Oui, c'est il est complètement barré le mec. Hein. Les fameuses 5 perles de couleur. Non, c'est bon, je veux pas d'indice, hein, je me démerderai pour être heureux. Alors, voir ce qu'il y a en quête annexe. Le plat de cajoun, les perles de valeur. Fabriquer n'importe quelle amulette.
Whoa.
That was close.
Well, look at you, all standing there like you're expecting me to apologize. Huh, it's your fault for not paying attention.
Tiens, une klaxon.
What?
Got a moment?
Can't say I do. I'm in a hurry here.
I won't take up too much of your time. I'd just like to ask you a few questions.
I said I'm in a hurry, Peckerwood. Now get out of my way.
Ah, une vraie grognasse.
Who was that?
Kalina Clarkson. PJ Clarkson's second daughter, and Lisa's mother.
Zach, we've found ourselves a Clarkson.
Oh, she's not here. My Dolly. She's not here. My Dolly isn't here.
One of the key persons in this case just came out of the woodwork to meet us. Now things are really getting interesting. Isn't that right, Zach?
Pas faux. J'ai perdu ma poupée. Ma jolie petite poupée. Ok, je le dis. On va voir si on... Alors, amulette.
Verily, Much shall serve thee well here.
Alors les amulettes vous permettent de vous renforcer. Le collier renforce votre pistolet et ses balles. Les poupées renforcent votre capacité physique. L'encens renforce votre skateboard. Et les masques renforcent votre capacité au nouveau jeu. Faites fabriquer les amulettes chez Frida et entreposez-les à l'hôtel. Pour bénéficier de leur effet. Je suppose que l'hôtel c'est l'hôtel de notre chambre. Alors les affolés proposent aussi d'améliorer vos amulettes. N'hésitez pas à renforcer celles qui vous sont les plus utiles. De plus, il est possible d'augmenter le nombre d'emplacements d'amulettes sur l'hôtel. La fabrication et l'amélioration des amulettes et l'agrandissement de l'hôtel nécessitent de l'argent et des matériaux. À vous de les trouver. Alors qu'est-ce qu'on peut créer? Un collier amélioré. Les performances du pistolet. C'est toujours le même. C'est la vitesse de tir, la puissance, la portée, la vitesse de rechargement, la taille du magasin, la précision. Mais il y en a des choses. Pour l'instant, je peux rien construire parce qu'il faut des compos en fait. Ouais. Pour l'instant, je peux rien construire. Pas grave.
Thou hast discovered the very purpose of my emporium, that is.
Attends, t'as perdu ta poupée. Bon, allez, on va aller poser la poupée devant la maison de la vieille. Le truc à ramasser du craft, ça c'est bien. Alors, elle est où là? Carpenter House. Elle est là-bas.
Don't mind me, Zach. This is how I wake myself up. This town sure is peaceful, Zach. Yes, I know. I know what you're about to say. But that's why we're here. To protect this peace. Isn't that right, Zach? looks like a case of bad timing, Zach. Let's come back later.
Ouais, ici c'est le mec des skates quoi.
Bad timing, Zach. We need to place the figurine in front of her house when she's home. Otherwise, it'll be useless.
D'accord, donc là il faut attendre.
Let's come back later.
Il faut revenir de nuit en fait. Il faut faire passer le temps. Donc il faut fumer des clopes. J'ai pas de clope. Et j'ai les clopes là. Alors, la fumée donne une impression que les minutes sont des secondes. Alors, comment les utilisent les consommables ? Donc là, il faut le poser entre 10h30 et 6h du mat. On peut voir les relations entre les persos, ouais. Contrôle de base. Les barils. Est-ce qu'on a vu ça? Chambre rouge. Ouais, donc comment on utilise le... Attends. Ouais, ça fait pas passer beaucoup de temps non plus quand même. Faut mieux aller à l'eau. On reviendra de nuit, hein, à 10h30. Voilà, à l'hôtel. c'est comme dans le premier, par contre, il faut y aller à des heures bien précises. Hein. Bon, écoutez, je pense qu'on va en rester là non plus. Hein. Je pense que 4 heures de live, pour vous faire à peu près une idée de ce que ça donne. Et bien, écoutez, je reviendrai vers vous sûrement quand j'aurai fini le jeu pour en faire un avis final pour voir si il est aussi digne que le premier ou pas. Là, vous aurez pu voir à peu près techniquement à quoi vous attendre sur Nintendo Switch. Et bien, écoutez, si cette vidéo vous a plu, n'hésitez pas à me laisser un commentaire, à liker et à partager la vidéo. Merci à tous qui sont pas passés pendant ce live. Et peut-être que je vous en ferai un sur un jeu PS4 pour changer dans pas longtemps. Sur ce, je vous dis, ciao.